Screw the timer, I'm ready to go, and I'm sure you're ready to start. So we're gonna go 1 minute early. Why not? It's my stream, do what I want. I'm not tied down to my graphics. Hello everyone, welcome to Thursday Night Speedrunning here on the Nikapi stream. I'm a madman. Madman. 1 minute before the thing, like, this never happens. I'm always late. Welcome everybody. Welcome to Thursday Night Speedrunning here on the Nikapi stream. And straight away, a new follower, Degleet. Thank you very much. Well, I'm assuming that's how that name should be pronounced. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Nikapi stream. Welcome everyone to Thursday Night Speedrunning here on the Nikapi stream. We're back on Metal Gear Solid 1 when it wants to... Come on. Come on. Do it. Come on. What's going on? Why is that? Why is it not picking it up? I'm pushing buttons. I'm pushing my game focus button and it ain't doing it. Why you no work? All right, let's hip you up on over into that scene. Because also anyone watching on YouTube sure has got no idea what I'm pointing at. Just seeing me pointing and go, what's he pointing at? What's going on? Also, I just noticed that on YouTube Shorts, it's just Deg. The no video is like not centered. I haven't actually looked at that lately with the changes, so I might just have to do a quick vertical stream sucks it. Wow! Don't hear the YouTube Shorts community hear you say that. That's the hope. That's the intention tonight. Why won't my game just does not want to? It just does not want to pick up MGS1. What's going on? What's going on? And I said, I did update OBS because I think it had an update yesterday. I wonder if it's because it's like it was on I was on a menu. I wasn't actually like in game, so I wonder if like it didn't like that menu or my hotkeys broken. Basically, I use the for game capture. I use a game capture source. I have it set to capture foreground window with hotkey, and then I have that hotkey set on my Stream Deck. So whenever I'm playing a game, I just push one button called Game Focus on my Stream Deck, and it assigns. Oh, there we go. 10 minutes later, it's done it. 10 minutes. Just out of the blue, it just goes, oh, you wanted me to do this. Oh, I can do that. So yes, we now have a game, thankfully, which is good. We have game. So I am today. This isn't the same. I actually wanted to load the same save I just had. Never touch a running system. I did want to have a quick look, actually, at this room before I did anything else, because I had a quick look at the speediest. Okay, that's not good. I had a look at the speediest Big Boss rank run for this game, which is actually like 9th, I think it is, on the leaderboard. It's because it's so much quicker to get alerts and kill people, rather than try and deal with like the killing people isn't a problem because you're allowed up to 25 kills in a Big Boss rank run. It's the 4 alerts that really slow things down. So if you want to say the Big Boss world record holder is Metal Gear Solid, you'll probably find that's probably not true. You'll probably find there's other people with Big Boss runs on the board that are faster. It's just those Big Boss runs aren't faster than the Eagle runs that the same runners have done. So, but as far as the leaderboard's concerned, that's what you see. Hey Jane, for the tech problem, yeah, it's good to get the tech problems out of the way. So I had a quick look I had a quick look at Metal Gear Solid's run, and I remembered that I did something slightly different in the heliport for my own console runs. So I've done. It's been a very, very long time since I last did PC. Original PC Extreme. I have run it before. I think I gotta wait for that camera. I have run it before. I ran it at ESA. Where back when ESA was online, was still online only because we were coming out of the COVID pandemic. I got accepted into ESA, and I ran Metal Gear Solid 1 PC Extreme. It was actually PC Easy that I submitted, and then they asked for donation incentives, and I said, well, I could learn Extreme, and then I'll offer Extreme as an incentive, and it got met. It's still very warm today. It's good to have a nice cold drink. So yeah, but that was 4 years ago. So yeah, I haven't touched this category in 4 years. Obviously a lot has changed since then, and I have been doing the console run of Extreme, and there were things in that console run. Now I had a look last night at some, I watched pretty much the whole of Metal Gear Solid's run, just to see if there was anything I was missing. I had a look at bits of my own run, but one thing that I remembered that I did is you're only allowed 4 alerts, and throughout the game, throughout an any percent run at least, that means you get 1 freebie. Because there are in any percent, there are 3 mandatory alerts. There is the alert when you first get into Communication Tower A, so the alert for the boba skip. There is the alert from the cargo elevator fight as you go down. Sorry, I've just got a message. Cat. Just got a message from a cat sitter. It confused me at first. Never mind. Oh my god, I'm so off track. So yeah, boba skip, elevator fight down as you go down from the blast furnace, and then there is one after you lose the power key. That's 3. You're allowed 1 freebie, because in all bosses, in a full run, that you wouldn't get a freebie, because that last one would be the cell fight. Where DARPA Chief's just died, you meet Meryl for the first time, you have the fight in the cell. That's alert number 4. So we get 1 freebie, and for the speed run, that freebie should be taken in the heliport. However, I'd like to, just to be safer, I'd like to not use that freebie, because if I don't use that freebie, then that means I've got a free alert for later on. And there's a couple of times where you could get an alert when you don't necessarily want to. Mainly outside the control room in Rex's lair. Camera. I think all I've got to do is just wait for that to... Yeah. And I believe I can now go underneath. No! Right. I don't remember it taking so long. So I'm just going to very, very quickly... have a look back at my own, one of my own console Extreme runs. Console Extreme. I don't think... What, did I never actually submit an Extreme run to the leaderboards? Because I've got 4 live streams, unless I never called it. I'm just going to try and search the term. I must have submitted one to the leaderboards. There's no way I didn't. Let me have a look. Right. Where am I looking? Any percent PC 2023 and console Extreme. Yes, I do have a PC 2023 and console. Of course, I probably wouldn't have called it. I probably wouldn't have called it console. I'd have called it Master Collection. That's probably why. Anyway, I found it. So let's have a look. I don't want to keep you guys in the dark. Then I can go to bed. Hopefully, depends how good it is. So yes, you have the double nick. That doesn't sound like a PB. The special double nick. That's not right. That's correct. 120. That's not my PB actually. I did a practice run. We don't need to listen to the preamble. Twice. I'm going to play this safe. Here we go. This is what I did. Which one's the real nick? Would just run for the Flexo. You're allowed one free alert in MGS1. Throw the chaff grenade. In extreme, any percent. Because the only problem with that is 4 mandatory alerts. Of course. I was about to say the problem with the problem with that is if you do that and I didn't go and get the stun grenades. Why didn't I go and get the stun grenades? I can't swim. Of course, I can't swim. You can't swim on the console version. That's a PC only thing. So that explains that. So we could use the chaff grenade straight away. So let's try that. Right. So let's give this another spin. Way too far over. So hide in this little hidey hole. Move around those.
Surveillance camera?
Now the question is can I get all the way over here? Yes, you can. As long as you are fast, you can very easily run all the way over and get inside before that causes a problem. So yeah. Happy with that. Whilst I'm here, I'm just going to do one quick practice of the tank hanger, because the chaff grenade on the tank hanger here is a little bit different. On extreme, you have to do it in a different way because guard line of sight is much further along. And if you do the standard way, you will get spotted. But there is a different way. It looks weird, but it does work. But it only works. You can only practice it if you take it from the very start of the vent. You can't take it from the reset here. Right. So what you do is, as soon as you come out, start aiming. You throw up to here.
What was that noise?
And you do that. That is how you do that. The punches were intentional. Still can't get that elevator swim. And then of course the other thing. Oh, hey Cosmic.
Something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east.
Also, I've had to remember step count again. It's actually 4, not 3. That's a longer story than the easiest backronym answer I give is because Diglett. No. Not sure. Backronym. What's a backronym? These menus are weird. I've never really taken much consideration into it, but the menu that I see on here is not the same as what's on the stream. Looking at OBS. So right now, you can see that I'm hovered over load game. Now I'm hovered over save game. So let's push circle on save game, shall we? Oh, we've opened the video options. Because I'm not. It's really weird. Like now on there, an option's missing. And you've got the option under video and sound options is blank. And the quit to main menu option is missing, but it's not on mine. It's really weird. I don't know why there's such a desync between. It's because of the way OBS catches stuff and the way that this menu is like janky as fuck. Anyway, we are good now. I think I know what I'm doing. I don't expect this to go right first try. It never goes right first try. But we can give this a go. Options should be all good. I can't even see those ones. They're all good. Yeah, we can just go. I do seem to now have MGS1 back in a position where I can just boot it and it works. Controller works, everything works. I seem to be in a good spot with it again, which is very handy. Flawless first try. Oh. You may notice that I have got my splits open, but my splits are not. My splits are not. Have no times in them. I don't have my old PB. I don't have my old PB and old splits available. That is, I don't know where they went, but I don't have them anymore. So we're gonna work with some brand new ones. Only thing I am gonna do just before I get started, because I've been meaning to do this and I keep forgetting about it, is I'd like to fix where is it? On my vertical stream, I'd like to fix the fact that there is a background to the timer here. I know exactly how to fix it, and it will only take actually, no, I don't think I do know how to fix it. Because it's not that simple. It's not as simple as I was just thinking it would be. Maybe I can't fix it. I definitely can't fix it right now because I can't find the bloody source. Live, there it is. Right, found the source. Filters. Color key. That's better. That's nearly made it disappear. Let's just go a little darker. That'll do. There's still a slight color there, but it's certainly better. Yeah, I need to fix that properly at some point. But I will. Right. Let's do this then, shall we? So new game on extreme. We are aiming for big boss rank. Let's see how we get on. 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty, so first thing, we do not alert farm whilst we're down here. We're gonna hang tight here for a second. Wait for this guard to move. Whoops. I knew I was going to need to. I knew I was going to need to check my old video for this one as well, because in Metal Gear Solid's run, he actually kills these two guards, and I want to avoid doing that just in case, because I may end up killing more guards than he did later on. So I just need to very quickly check and see what I did before, because I didn't used to kill these guards. So just waiting for this guard. He moves there. Right, got it. I've got it. It's all good. It's good. I think I'm good. I think I've got it. Let's do this again. Right. Quit to main menu. No, every time. Quit to main menu. No. New game. Extreme. 3, 2, 1, go! All right. Try that again, shall we? Right, so we don't go there. We go here. We actually start the same way that we would do normally. We wait for this guy to start moving. And now we run towards the... Now we run to here. There we go. Now all we do is wait here until the guard comes over. We're going to knock to distract him, to interrupt his patrol, so that he's not here later on when we're getting on the elevator. You have to be careful because there is another guard there, and if you're stood in the wrong place, he will see you. So wait for him to come up here. We'll see him in a second. There he is. And I'll knock. He's now going to run all the way around to there. The other guard's gone. And now for some reason, he goes back that way. I don't know why he does a full walk around the entire truck, but he does. But that's it. We now don't need to do anything else in here. We have interacted with him enough. Oh, there it is! Graphical error! It's a weird graphical error that you only get on the PC version, where this like random bit of texture appears and you can make Snake disappear. It's very strange. Only appears on the PC version. So here comes that guard again, so we got to wait for that guard to move as well. We can't like get into position straight away, but he doesn't stick around for very long. Remember correctly, now turns, yep, walks over here. Walks over here, he doesn't see us, and now he'll turn, and now we can move. Here you got to be careful, not start knocking too early or the one guard will hear you. There we go. And then that trick still works. Cool. And that's the dock. Every split is a gold split because we're on brand new splits. So again, we're gonna play this safe. But we go to here. This way. Grab. Throw the traffic grenade.
Surveillance camera?
Grab the sun grenades and now absolutely book it over here before that chaff grenade wears off. Got plenty. There's actually plenty of time. Thanks, Rorschach. There's actually plenty of time for that, so I shouldn't worry too much about it. And now we crawl through event, which is a good opportunity to take another sip of my drink. It's also a good opportunity to play this.
Those mice are Alaskan field mice. Don't worry, they can't hurt you.
Good old soundboard. One thing I should actually do whilst I'm waiting and looking when I get the next opportunity, which will be very soon because we're about to enter the cells. I was the bet in. Oh.
What was that noise?
I knew it. I freaking knew it. First time. I freaking knew that the first time I tried this in an actual run, it would go wrong. Knew it. Try it in practice, no problem whatsoever. Put it in a run, immediately mess up. Where's my reset, bitch? Oh, apparently I don't get a reset on OBS. I think I did want to just quickly look at 80% PC 2000 Extreme, so that we actually know. 39 minutes and 12 seconds is my actual PB on this category. 39 minutes and 12. That is. I don't have the splits. But did I provide splits? I provided the splits. I provided the splits to speedrun.com. Oh, they don't. I don't think they display them anymore because splits.io died. So I don't think. Yeah, they don't show up on. I guess speedrun.com removed the ability to view them. Oh well, never mind. It was a nice thought. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah. All right. So unfortunately, every time we screw that up, we're going to do this bit again. Now, eventually I will get to a point where I won't bother resetting. We'll just, we'll just keep going. But, when it's the freaking first bloody room. Well, not the first room, but you know what I mean.
What was that noise?
So how's everybody doing today? You're having a good time. What am I doing? Who am I? Anyone watching on YouTube Vertical, you'll be glad. You may or may not be glad to know that the stream is coming to you direct, with very little interference. That's not the term I was thinking of. Hey, welcome, folks. Very little latency. So I've been doing some tests yesterday with Restream.io because Nutty, who is a streamer and content creator who's does a lot of stuff with like stream tools and OBS and StreamerBot, stuff like that, recently put out a new video about TikTok streaming. And about how you can stream to TikTok using Restream.io as kind of like the way to check and get access to it, because TikTok is a pain in the arse to stream to. TikTok is a right pain in the arse to stream to, and Restream.io does have its own verification method to actually get onto TikTok. So I figured I'd give it a go. The thing with Restream.io is the free plan that they offer usually puts a watermark over the top of the stream. However, on for vertical streams, it doesn't, because of the way the canvas works. I've got that bug again. Oh, this might be tight. Actually, I don't think it doesn't. You don't actually need to get into that spot. It doesn't really make a lot of difference.
Surveillance camera?
Yeah, it doesn't actually make a lot of difference to get it, whether you get into that spot or not. I lost time there. That was weird. Oh, freaking perfect. Because I'm holding X during the codec. I will keep an eye on that and see if I can avoid doing it. So the idea of using Restream.io, you can stream with a free account. You can stream to up to two places. So the idea would be is that I continue to stream to Twitch and YouTube horizontal as normal, and then stream one vertical stream to Restream.io, which then pushes that stream out to YouTube and TikTok. No watermark, no issues, and it means there's no extra load on my PC or my internet, because I'm still sending out 3 streams, which is what I do right now. Unfortunately, that's all fallen through because TikTok don't seem to want me. I don't know.
What was that noise?
I don't know exactly what the deal is. There we go, got it that time. I don't know exactly what the deal is. From the information I gathered, the Restream.io sort of set up with TikTok to get a stream key or whatever, you don't need to like jump. Like originally with TikTok live streaming, you needed to have 1,000 followers. I don't believe that's the case now. There we go. I have to step count in Extreme, but that's the only one. That's the only extra step count we have to learn. So yeah, the I was under the impression that those shouldn't matter, and all you need, everyone that commented on Nutty's video said that they went through the process and like within 5 minutes they've been accepted. But every time I try, you have to send them. You send them a link to one of your mainstream streaming platforms, so Twitch or YouTube, basically to prove that you are already a streamer, and then provide some screenshots to prove that you own that account. So, like, I send my Twitch link, and then a screenshot of my Twitch dashboard to show, yes, I can see the Nick RP Green Twitch dashboard. This proves that I own and run the Nick RP Green Twitch stream. And every single time it got rejected with an error message that said the link you provided either doesn't work or doesn't prove that you doesn't provide a streaming history. The only thing I can think, and that was complete bollocks. Like the link does work. I tried it with Twitch and I tried it with YouTube. The links work, the screenshots were fine. The only thing I can think of is that actually there are still some restrictions. I have seen another post somewhere suggest that you now need to have at least 50 followers on TikTok before you can stream live to them, which I don't. I don't have 50. But if that's the case, then it should be throwing out an error message that says, "Oh, the link you provided is a problem," because that's not true. The link I provided is absolutely fine. You're just denying me because I don't meet requirements. Instead, the message says, "Sorry, your request has been rejected because you don't meet our minimum requirements." That would be a better, more user-friendly way of handling that issue. And it's the only thing I have to assume that is the case because they can't, because apparently they can't do more than one error message. I don't know. So for the time being, I ain't doing it. It was only going to be a test. I'd give TikTok streaming a go. Wasn't gonna like upend the stream. Like if I do TikTok streaming and it all becomes a big thing and it works and I like it, all of my chats, all of my multi-stream chats down at the bottom have all got to be replaced because the system that I'm using right now does not support TikTok. What am I saying? I'm saying that I have investigated and failed to start streaming on TikTok. So don't worry, there is no TikTok streaming planned in the near future. But I'd still like to give it a try. Only because I imagine there's probably not that many speedrunners streaming on TikTok. And it might just be an interesting niche. And at the end of the day, the whole idea of streaming to TikTok would be to then try and encourage people to come and watch on Twitch and YouTube and actually see the full thing rather than just the vertical stream, which is very limited. But, it ain't happening for a while yet. But it's nice to know that the option could be there in the future. And that all of my investigation previously into Restream.io has not been a waste of time. Oh, here he comes. Right, we cannot take an alert here. We didn't. Good. So yeah, that's one of the alerts that you try and get in any other any percent run, but not in this one. There you go. And that I think it's fair to say that that is always the intention. It's always the intention to be trying to do it that way. Right, I'm going to concentrate on this room. This room, grab the PSG-1, back out again, wait here, this guard to move to about there, and then run around him. There is a slightly faster way of doing that room, but that's the safest. And the faster way of doing it, I would have to completely redo my controls. Still can't get that elevator exit. There's not that many opportunities to do it. That's all right. No, never. You don't ever need to apologize for not watching the stream or anything. Everyone is welcome to watch as much or as little as they like. I say as much as they like. Obviously, there's a limit to how much you can watch because I only stream twice a week. You know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I'm good. Work isn't so good at the moment. I'm not having a very good time with work. But outside of that, everything else is going really, really well and really interesting. Particularly speedrunning and speedrun marathon related stuff is very interesting at the moment. If you haven't already heard, I am trying to set up a new live UK speedrun event. Get this way. I had a quick practice of this room yesterday, and I tried grabbing those grenades in, and it didn't work. You have not got enough time to grab those grenades. Well, you can, but you have to be very precise in how you throw that guard at the top. It's not easy. Now, of course, there is one big issue with trying to get Big Boss in this, and that's the boba skip. If the boba skip fails, and it continues to fail over and over, you're done for. You are, however, allowed to use one ration for Big Boss. Big Boss allows you one ration use. Oh, I'm too far over again. Yes, 50%. So what we do now is equip the ration so that I can use it. I can use it at this point if needed, and give me an extra chance of getting it. Now, if this fails, we will continue. I'm not gonna stop and start again, because I have still got a PB to get. So we do kind of have to try and hope that this works. If I can line it up. Come on, first try. Line it up again. And this is why we need the ration. Because, yeah, you only get one shot. 50% of the time, it works every time. I am living the best life ever because I beat the video game. Oh. I am living the best life ever because I am out of the stairwell of shame. I am the best at video games. Right, it takes more than one go. We don't get the full. We don't get the full, really nice, happy, bouncy one. It's only on the first try that we get that. No, make way. What? Why? I don't want to be in GME 2. That's better. That was awful. I don't know why it wasn't, like, reacting quickly enough. Out again and again. It's so dumb. It's weird being back on it. Yeah, the invincibility, in particular with GME, this is one of the reasons why this should be one of the easier games to Big Boss. Not the easiest. The easiest would be the original Japanese version of MGS1 on console. That should be the easiest. It's not interrupting it quickly enough. It's like there's a delay with the inputs. So Snake is always going into GME2, and sometimes we don't want GME2, we only want GME1. I'm sure there's another... Okay, I'm just not being fast enough apparently. Okay, I'm in GME2 anyway because I've already got into it, which is what we need. That is correct. They did not have access to the original master recordings, so they found recordings of the sound online and ripped them and used them. They got so little support from Konami when making this port. Three. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. 1, 2. 2. 2. Oh dear. So I believe what happened there is I wasn't close enough to them, and my grenades didn't do enough damage. So I'm gonna have to give that another go. Because I should have 11. I should have 11 grenades, which is more than you need 10. I get the feeling I wasn't quite close enough to him. One, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah. So I never actually realised this, that the grenade has two different damage numbers. So he was out because Raven was only on the edge of my first grenades. He didn't take any extra damage. Also, I've noticed I'm only on 1 alert. Oh yeah, I've only no. I thought I'd be on 2 alerts by now. But does the cargo elevator fight not count as an alert? Elevator with the cloak guns. No, that's been a thing forever. Not doing that skip has been a thing for a very, very long time. You never do that fight in any percent. And this is the guard that I'm worried about with alerts. So I'm kind of like happy that I've got a spare. Yeah, my alerts have gone up. Ooh. Down and down. There we go. So this is a problem that I'm having. Sithen Alexia, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, Glenn Roy sent you. Hello. See, that was a problem there because for some reason, I say, going into GME 1 is being very, very difficult. It seems to be delaying the input and not, unless I'm just really not doing it quickly enough. Now that we've only got 2 alerts, there should be a rat. Unfortunately, the rat's not there. The rat can be in one of 3 places. The fastest version is when he's there. The rat can also be here and he's not here. He can also be in the drainage ditch, but we don't want to have to go and check the drainage ditch for him. So what we're going to do is come back here and hopefully he's now here. He's not here. So he might be in the drainage ditch. I believe, like... No, he's not. Basically, we just have to wait. We have to wait for the rat to make an appearance. This is bad RNG, unfortunately. He's there. You can see him running around. There we go. That's bad RNG, but that is... but that's it. There's nothing more that we can do there. New skip is the one that takes you to a stair faster. I'm going to assume you're referring to the boba skip there. Because the boba skip's like 2 years old now, I think. The rat does not count as a kill. I don't think my kill counter went up. My kill counter is currently on 4, which is correct. I've killed the 3 guards. I've killed the 3 guards on the elevator, and I killed Johnny. That's all the guards I've killed so far. So here we have to do this bit slightly differently because we don't want to be taking... Oh, I heard the wrong button there. We don't want to be taking alerts from these cameras, so we have to go around this way. To get past this guard here, we crouch up here and do that. And that's it. As long as we stay there and we do a little bit... In fact, I don't think you have to do it on the way back. Unfortunately, Johnny has to be killed to avoid the alert. The Colonel will get mad at you for killing rats. I'm not sure he gets mad at you for killing that rat. Yes, unfortunately, in order to not get an alert from Johnny, we have to kill him. There's one way of not getting an alert and having Johnny live. Because I don't think you can just flip him. I think if you flip him and run away, you'll still get an alert. And the only way of doing it is to not trick him with the ketchup, let him go back to the toilet again, and then the ninja rescues you. But actually, Johnny might still turn up anyway. I'm not sure. We have indeed created a time paradox by killing Johnny Sasaki. I mean, technically, we'd already created a time paradox because we submitted to torture and Meryl's dead, so Meryl can't appear in MGS4. She also can't appear in that one Snake Tales as well, where she's evil. Right, grab a load of stuff. Behold my stuff. Who's Meryl? That's a good point. Who is Meryl? This is any percent. We have no idea who Meryl is. Never met her. We don't meet a lot of people in an any percent run. We don't meet Mantis. We do have a very, very brief phone call with Wolf. Very brief phone call with Wolf. If you were playing the console version, you have to manually skip through the dialogue. Then you get to see a little bit more Wolf. But that's it. But no Mantis. We see Raven. I think Liquid's the character we spend the most time with. But through skipping cutscenes and everything else, we really don't see a lot of the other characters. Maybe it's that ninja. Even with minimal install, we barely see the ninja now either. We see him for like a second. Did you like my sunglasses? Oh, I was really worried about that kick. This is where, like, when I was trying to get Big Boss on the console run, which is harder because we don't have as many options for, you know, GME and shit like that. It took me a long time to get that kick down so that I wasn't taking an alert from that guard. 28 days left. We are very, very close to Delta. I have now pre-ordered it. If you haven't yet, if you're in the UK or Europe and you haven't yet pre-ordered it, I've done this specifically because people asked me about it before they pre-ordered Delta. Yes, this is me selling out, but people asked for it. If you're in the UK or Europe and you want to get Delta on PC, and you want to pay less than Steam, and also you want to help me out and, like, you know, I give a little back to me, I am now affiliated with CD Keys, which is where I've pre-ordered my copy of Delta. It assures me that it will be released 2 days beforehand. It will not be the you still get the 48 hours early access. And yeah, it's cheaper than Steam, and I do get some credit for the purchase. So I'll post links to those at some point. Yeah. I say you're doing me a favor, but you're also doing yourself a favor because CD Keys is significantly cheaper than Steam. This is why I buy stuff from CD Keys. I very, even when stuff's in the Steam sale, very, very rarely buy stuff directly from Steam anymore because it's still expensive. Happy early birthday. Exactly 1 week after your birthday. It comes out 6 days before my birthday. Oh, I forgot to GME. It comes out 6 days before my birthday. If you include the 48 hours early access, which let's just say that is the release date. It's released on the 26th of August. It's not released on the 28th of August. But fuck the whole 48 hours early. No, it's not. It's just released 48 hours earlier than they said it was going to. In any case, if you go by the fact that it's released on the Tuesday, my birthday is then the Monday. I'm at work that week, but I'm not at work the week of my birthday. But to be honest, I probably won't play it outside of streaming. I don't know. 1st of September. Monday the 1st of September is my birthday this year. Friday the 1st of September 1989 is my original birth date. Right, we're going to do here a bit of routing here called the B-Man Backtrack. This was discovered by B-Man. And it avoids us having to go through the steam room, and it avoids any low... Ah, okay. Let's just wait for that to wear off. We got an extra alert. I'll have to consider how that works in the future. Only thing is, I now don't know where that guard is. With that, we can now run down here. Grab all of the... Oh yeah, you can go over here. Grab all of this stuff. I'm just gonna wait. Original birthday? Did you remaster your birth? Getting a Nick Delta stream now. I'm Nick 2.0. Yes, after it releases. So it releases on Tuesday, and my birthday is then the following Monday. As I say, original birthday, as in the day I was born, was Friday the 1st of September 1989. There we go. I can still do it stood up. It just doesn't feel as responsive as I remember. So we're still only on 3 alerts. So this is why I wanted to save that alert from the heliport, but actually, as it turns out, I didn't need to. It's a bit off all over the place, isn't it? It's just wrong everywhere. I should probably GME hit. Now this one we do want to do GME too, because we need to skip triggers. Using DS4 to translate input, by the way. Yes. However, the input that I'm using to go into GME is not being done through my controller. I'm using the keyboard. You may notice whenever I go into GME, you're not seeing my controller do anything because I'm using the keyboard. You know what? I hate to say it, folks, but if I'd not screwed Raven up, this might have been Big Boss. That continue on Raven, I think, is the only thing that I've screwed up. As I say, apparently, I'd misunderstood alerts. There's one of those alerts that I suggested was not true because I'm still only on 3. We're allowed 4. I'm assuming it's the cargo elevator fight. That doesn't count as an alert. I'm still a Big Boss to you. I know that in a normal run, like a casual playthrough, if you're just trying to get Big Boss, and you're not doing any tricks, you're not going out of bounds or anything, you're just doing a normal playthrough, you are allowed a single alert. The other, because it's... Oh. Okay, that's 4 alerts. I can't have any more. You are allowed a single alert. The rest of them... The rest of them are not free. Because this doesn't count. We're still on 4. I know what I'm doing with Raven now. I just needed to move up a little bit further, that was all. So now that I know that I've got 2 free alerts, and everything else apart from that one bit that obviously didn't go very well just then, I might go back to the to just doing the helipad with an alert, because it's much faster. Cool. All good with Rex. Who's Master Miller? Is that guy who came up and whilst we were crawling through the vent and went snip? He also quite famously at one point said,
"Those mice are Alaskan field mice. Don't worry, they can't hurt you."
Okay. Mute my headset. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if it hadn't been for Raven, this would have been Big Boss. Oh, what? Oh, and now it definitely wouldn't be. Yeah, you can't get kicked off.
What's wrong, Snake?
Was the goated liquid fire. This is awful. This is god awful. Now all I've got to do is actually get it off. Oh, it's... There we go. Bloody hell. Well, that was awful. I'm not gonna lie, that was terrible. Because this doesn't count as alert, right? This is the alert. This counts as an alert. Right, so you do. So in an any percent run, you do only get one freebie. In a casual playthrough, you get none. In all bosses, you do not get any alerts. That's a bit of a crap first one. That liquid really was awful. Oh shit, it's 7 hits to kill these guys, not 6. I thought it was 6 to kill them, not 7. 39-12 is my previous PB, so I'm not going to beat my previous PB. Not a big surprise after 2 deaths to Liquid and a death to Raven. Oh well, this stream would have been boring if I'd just done it straight away. Yeah, I swear these hits are easier in Extreme. Missed that one though. Missed that one as well. Got that one though. I hope I don't die here. I don't think I'm going down. 5 more hits. One more. Snake. You want to hit him? Ocelot unit on E but without using weapons. Yeah, that would get ya. 40-33. 3 continues, 5 being founds, 14 enemy kills, 1 ration used. So I am just gonna quickly double check the requirements for Big Boss. Just to make sure I'm correct on this. I think I am 3 continues too much, 1 alert too much, but that's it. Continue 0, alerts 4 or less, kills 25 or less, rations 1 or less. Yes. So all I've got to do is cut out those 3 continues and we've got Big Boss. And that shouldn't be too difficult. One of those all 3 of those continues were really dumb. 1 was just me not knowing something. 2 was me just being bad at something that I really shouldn't be bad at. So hopefully it should be relatively easy to fix both of those things. Just give me a second. Happy Dudes Live. I had some notifications on Discord, so I thought I'd check those out quickly. Right, I've still got some of my beverage available, so I'm not going to. We're going to go straight on to another run. Before I do, I kind of want to fix stuff with the vertical stream where it's not working very well. Webcam vertical. I want to shift it over because it's not properly. Whoops. Okay, that's not it. Oh no, you can't undo with the vertical stream. No, it's got to move it back to there. How the frick do I do? I think it's because of the filter that I've got on it. Yeah, I've got a mask, and the mask is wrong. The mask is in the center, and it shouldn't be. So I need to put myself back in the center. So I need to put myself back in the center like that. And then with my 4x3, move that back over there. That's a bit too far. That'll do. There we go. Should be good now. Good. Just wanted to try and get me a bit more centered.
Liquid. Snake.
Yeah, you're a few minutes late.
Oh, you'd point
Just
the
a
weapon at your
few
own
minutes late
brother.
there. Welcome Deagle. Hi. That group of 4 that don't separate, hard to separate them when I eventually did get past them on just extreme without raising it up by rolling as the road, but never went back to setting the E. Yeah, I'm not sure how you'd get past the Ocelot unit in MGS3 without using something. Like, at least a stun grenade. I don't know. Yeah, beats me. Alright, let's... Now, the game closes when you finish it. And then opens back up again. Hopefully everything should be fine. Yep, that's all correct. It will come back onto the stream momentarily. I promise. He says... Okay, maybe I do need to push the button again. Let me push the button again. Push the button. Come on. What? I don't understand why it's being this bad. Because this was fine. This has been fine. Hey, there it is. Right, before we do get started, I will share those links. So here comes Here comes Mr. Sellout. Ooh, that's all a bit. Oh, that's all a bit iffy on the street. Oh, okay. I think it was because I wasn't hovered over it. Okay, we should be good. Okay. I have no idea what this is going to look like in chat, so we'll find out. But there we go. Presumably that has done the same thing it usually does, where it sends it to one. It sends to one of my YouTube streams twice, and not to the other one. It's picked up the vertical stream today, so the vertical stream has just got that message twice, and my horizontal stream hasn't had it at all. I wouldn't mind, but there's no one watching the vertical stream right now. It doesn't. There's no one to click on it. Anyway, there you go. I should try and put these in the. I should put these in the video description. What I'll likely start doing, if I can get into a habit of it, particularly, it doesn't really work on Twitch, but on YouTube, I will start posting links. I'll add these links as part of the description of any of my videos that I upload, or any live stream that I do. So, you know, I can instantly say, oh yeah, if you want to, by the way, if you want to grab this game, check out the description of the stream on YouTube, and yeah, there's a link to grab it a bit cheaper and help me out with my affiliate link. I've just got to get into a habit of doing that now. The only problem, one problem that I've had so far with it, CD Key's affiliate program is done through a third party. So there's a third party that handles affiliate and partner and whatever for loads of different companies. So you sign up to them first. I think it's called Impact. You sign up with them first, and then from there you can apply to any of the people they work. So I signed up for an Impact account, got it straight away because they just accept anyone, and then applied for CD Keys. And CD Keys got back to me within like an hour and said, "Yep, here you go, you're good." Problem I got now is I'm getting bombarded with emails from like 2 companies who keep like trying to get me to sign up with them. Like, one of them is a curtain company. Curtains, blinds, curtain rails.
Nuclear weapons
and they want me to partner with them to share. I don't know if they've checked my content, but it's not particularly curtain heavy. Unless I'm missing something. Am I missing something?
Turn over the remains of Big Boss.
Is it because they've searched my YouTube channel and seen blind? Because I've done some blindfolded speedruns and thought that I might talk about blinds at some point. It's my go-to stream for that. But yeah, it's a bit weird. So I might have to go and check my preferences on Impact and make sure that people don't keep contact. Just to be honest, I don't want to sell out with like loads of different companies. Like, that's not me. I've tried it. I've tried it before. I was an affiliate with Humble, but after they kind of shit the bed, I stopped doing anything with that. And I think I'm actually technically still with them. I just never shared anything. I think I only ever got like one purchase. Like, one person purchased something from Humble. The nice thing with Humble though is I had an alert on the stream that would come up. It only ever happened once. Yeah, we'll get these curtains. They're sturdy and will last. They'll help with your speed once guaranteed. I've been using these curtains for years, and they really help me to maintain the lighting in my room. It's always the way with these. I watch Screen Crush a lot. Screen Crush tends to be my one nerdy. I'm going to turn the game capture down a bit because I realise it's a bit loud. Yeah, Screen Crush is like my one really big nerdy video game channel movie channel that I watch. They do breakdowns of Marvel movies and DC movies and TV shows and stuff like that. So I really like them. But they put a sponsorship segment into every single video. Every single one, Ryan Airy claims that he's been using them for years. It's like, oh yeah, I've been using Foom for years. I've had one of these for years, and I love it. I used to have all these really bad oral fixation habits, but now because I use Foom, it's like, dude, really? The problem is they've got more than one Toss one of these bad boys on Rex's radar dome. The problem is they've got more than one presenter. Ryan Airy tends to be the main presenter, but occasionally one of their writers, Colton Ogburn, will do a video, and they will do the same. They will do the same sponsor, and they'll both do the same kind of claim. Like the Foom's a good example. For if you've not heard of Foom, it's like an e-cigarette, but it's not got any. It's not electronic or anything. It's basically got some herbs and filters and stuff inside it. So when you smoke it, you get a nice sensation. But it's not. There's nothing to it. There's no vapor. There's no smoke. It's not an electronic cigarette. It's just something that you suck on, and it gives you a night. And you have to change the filter out or whatever. Something like that. But both of them always talk about the fact that they used to have really bad oral fixation habits, like like they used to bite their lip or bite their tongue or bite their nails or something. But now that they can fiddle with this, it's got a nice clicker on it and put it, and it's just that it wouldn't be so bad if they weren't both doing pretty much the exact same spiel. And it's like, it's so obvious that you're just shilling it, which is fine. Go ahead, shit. That's what YouTubers have to do it. If you're making a living through YouTube, you have to shill. You have to sign up with sponsors, and you have to push these products because it's because YouTube's algorithm and YouTube actually making money through YouTube itself has become such a minefield and is such a bad experience. You've only got to watch any Jimquisition video from the last 10 years to know that Steph absolutely hates working with YouTube. And in fact, Steph makes no money from YouTube because she doesn't run ads, and they get all of their revenue now through Patreon and through other work that they do. I subscribe to them on Patreon. It's the only Patreon I subscribe to. And I appreciate the fact that when I watch the Jimquisition, there's no ads. It's nice. It's nice to watch. There's no ads. There's no, Steph doesn't stop halfway through to suddenly try and, flog me 10 months of HelloFresh. That was the one I was trying to think of, HelloFresh. So yeah, and so I don't give a lot, but I give a little bit every month to support them. But yeah, if you're gonna try and make money through YouTube, you have to do it. But I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this with CD keys because I feel like I have to. I'm doing it because people asked me. People said, Nick, you talk about CD keys a lot. Have you got like an affiliate link so I can buy this and help you out? I was like, no, I don't. I should probably look into that. So yeah, this is not the start of me now going out and doing sponsorships with everything. This is this one thing. This is this one thing. I'll have to. Yeah, if you want to keep watching me do these speedruns, buy some fucking curtains. Anyway, should we have another crack at this speedrun? Yeah, let's do it.
Start.
Buy my curtains or I won't speedrun anymore. Blinds, we've got them. But seriously, I have been using CD keys for years, and that is not hyperbole. That is not me shilling. I have genuinely been using CD keys for years. Because they are just so much cheaper than Steam. So the fact that I can push people towards it and get something out of it is quite nice. And I should say I have never had a problem with CD keys. I know there's a lot of issues. Obviously G2A is really freaking shady, and you should not buy anything from G2A. But I've never had a problem with CD keys. They've always delivered, and everything's always been fine. Not everyone will have had that experience. Some people will have had issues. That's the nature of business. There will always be people who have issues when other people have perfect experiences. So I can only give you my experience. I can't give you everyone else's experience. I used to work in customer services. I only knew what bad experiences were like. I very rarely got to see good experiences working in customer services. No one ever calls customer services to tell them, oh, you've done a fantastic job, thank you. Because if you've had to call customer services, then it hasn't been perfect. Most of the time. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's good. MMOGA. I don't think I've heard of that one. You know what I realised? I looked at and realised I haven't used in ages and has only seemed to go downhill. Green Man Gaming. I keep getting emails from Green Man Gaming saying that items from my wish list are on sale.
From Cosmic Varanek. Hi, this is Big Frog. I've been using these curtains for years. They're so much better than the old curtains.
Thank you, Big Frog. Thank you, Big Frog, for helping to endorse curtains. And a gold split. Oh, and we got that. It seems like I need to double tap. I might need to double tap start. Right, I'm still going to play this safe. Oh, God.
9,000! What, 9,000?
Why, hello, Vegeta. Thanks, Deagle. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen over 9,000. That's a lot of channel points that you could have bet. Probably. Only thing I've got now is I'm not locally recording this run without any of the overlay stuff. So if this is Big Boss and this is what I submit, there's a big fucking Vegeta over the top of it now. I used to locally record runs without any alerts coming up until I realized that nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares. Also, I've been speedrunning this series for long enough now that I'm pretty well trusted. Like, what? Seriously, what could I have possibly put behind Vegeta there where I cheat? Like, there's nothing really available. We're not at a point in the game where anything could have happened. Andrew. A cut. Yeah, live cut. Gold split. Booyah. Let's get under the bed. Oh. Screwed up getting under the bed. That's better. Just downplaying my ability to cheat. Oh my god, I'm so bad at cheating. Oh, I could never cheat because I just don't know how. See that aim trainer? The only thing that I've ever looked only thing that I've ever looked at for MGS3 was trying to get a crosshair on the screen, because when you're using the sniper rifle, Snake's aim is always perfectly centered. And I considered I tried looking into like just a dot or something to appear on the screen, but I could never get it to work properly and like overlay properly. I have heard of runners in the past who have like gotten a little sticker, like either a little sticker or a non-permanent marker or something, and drawn a little circle or just stuck a little circle dead center in their screen. Whoops. so that they knew exactly where they were aiming when they used the sniper rifle in third person. That's not against the rules. There's nothing saying you can't do that. As long as you're not using macros and stuff like that. In 1.6. Hey Sanjay, hey Tom. Oh no, not your clothes, Johnny. That's gonna be the least of your problems when you've got a snap neck in 2 minutes. Sorry, that was really dark for no good reason. Oh dear, bloody hell. I didn't know monitors provided it. Mine definitely doesn't. I can assure you that. Well, I can assure you. I can assure you right here, right now. I can't necessarily speak for the infinite future, but I would never cheat in a speedrun because who cares that much? This is the thing that I've never understood about people who cheat in speedrunning. Who cares? It doesn't mean anything really. There's not really, unless it's of like Super Mario Brothers. There's no fame, there's no fortune or anything behind it. It's just an ego trip. Snapping Johnny's neck does indeed create a time paradox. Johnny tried to sell you some curtains. All of these cheating accusations are just they're just making me snap. And I feel like I want to snap something back. Buy my curtains. Here comes Johnny. Grab a curtain rod and slap it. Oh dear. Oh. Well, that wasn't good. Taking damage was bad. Oh, sweet. Gold split. Right, we are unfortunately now going to be at the mercy of the boba skip. Call it a gold snap. Gold split is now gold slap. Gold snap. I like it. I think the other thing that resonates with me and cheating in speedrunning is because all of my videos go on YouTube, and I've had a couple of videos that have kind of blown up a little bit. My very first, MGS1 very easy PC run that was under half an hour. It's my most viewed video on YouTube. And there are so many accusations of cheating in that video's comments. And they're all wrong. They are all wrong. There's absolutely nothing wrong or invalid with that run. And it's just simply people not understanding what the rules of that speedrun are. And there's a lot of stuff that, is very technical. And, I, as I've said in the past, I don't necessarily agree with things like minimal install. I don't even think the area reloader should have been allowed now, even though I kind of developed how it was used in speedrunning. I think it fundamentally changed the way some of the game was played, and that's not necessarily a good thing. But it's not cheating. If it's not against the rules, it's not cheating. And nothing I ever did was against any rules. Red 8 boxes in that run. I mean, also, if I had cheated that run, I would not have included a random death where I died to the bomb because I forgot to throw it away after Ocelot puts it in. Because PC very easy is the only category in the entirety of Metal Gear Solid 1 where it is faster to save Meryl than Otacon. Because you never actually go into torture. There is never a torture to submit to. It is all skipped. There's going to be a lot of these gold splits, considering this is only run number 2 with fresh splits. So there's going to be a lot of this gold split appearing. Right, we definitely need this ration now. And I'm going to play it super safe with the stun grenades as well. So that one there. We throw one more here at floor 8. That just keeps the guards away from me for a little bit longer. First try, yes! I am living the best life ever because I beat the video game. I am living the best life ever because I am out of the stairwell of shame. Oh, I am the best at video games. That was better. So the thing is, there's a lot of people who already watching this run right now would have claimed that I've cheated like 4 or 5 times because there are people who don't agree with glitches in speedrunning, which is fine. You don't have to like glitches in speedrunning, but you can't just flat out claim that using glitches in speedrunning is cheating, because it's not. If you're not interested in watching glitches in speedrunning, watch a glitchless speedrun. Yeah, some of the comments are just crazy. They're just so unhinged. Oh. There we go. That's it. Just GME there. Just make sure that I don't get shot by that camera. Exactly. That is why. The problem is people don't know this. People don't do the research. They don't think to check. And whenever someone says that in there, the first thing I do is send them a link to my glitchless. I think I only got one. I think I only ever did it once. But I do have a Metal Gear Solid 1 glitchless speedrun. Personally, I don't like glitchless speedruns because for me, they remove the whole point of speedrunning. The whole point of speedrunning is to beat the game. And that means beating the game in loads of different ways, including breaking it. And I love seeing that. I love seeing games that get broken because it's funny. It's really fun to watch. I find glitchless speedruns really boring. It depends on the game. Some are, some aren't. I mean, there's plenty of games where there are no glitches. So there is no glitchless speedrun. It is glitchless to begin with. Two. 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 to. As long as that one goes off and hits him, I'm fine. Phew. That's the only thing with this. You are... It is a single... You've only got one spare grenade. I'm being a little careful at the fact that I only have one. I still got a ration. I may need to, if I've got to go in the drainage ditch at any point, I may need to use that ration. Oh, whoops. I thought I was next to the ladder and I wasn't. Thanks to that Raven fight, I'm now 1 minute and 16 seconds ahead of where I was before. That's good. It's gonna... All good. Quickly go into first person so that I can interact with the ladder. It's gone wrong again. There we go. So you can't go into GME 2 there. You have to be in GME 1. And the only way of getting out of it is to go into a prone position. And I swear, but I don't remember it being this slow. It's very strange. We're good. We're still going. We're still good. That was alert number 2. We've still got one more guaranteed alert and one more free alert. Hopefully, can we have Godrat? No Godrat today. Rat's still not here. I'm a bit wary of being shot by that camera. You know what? Just to be on the safe side, I'm just going to use the ration because I'm getting nervous. The fuck's the rat? So I hate... There he is. I just hate the rat so much. I really, really don't like the rat compared to... Because the RNG is so much worse. It's so much worse with the rat. You lose so much more time. That's still 20 seconds faster than what I did before. Let's make sure. There's still the bit I'm... Oh, did that count? It didn't look like that counted. Oh, I've done it again. I held the wrong bloody button. So, lean. Yeah, my alert's still at 2, so I don't think the alert actually kicks in until the number appears on the screen. You need the graphic in the top right to actually trigger the alert. We're doing well so far, as long as I don't use any more rations. Which, to be honest, I probably didn't need to use that one. but I figured it'd be a little bit safer. Just like if I accidentally got clipped by that camera, then that's it. The run's over. Accidentally get clipped by one of these cameras. That's it. The run's over. Right, let's go get some equipment. Make sure we get everything. Very, very important you get everything. You may, if you were keeping an eye on my ammo count with the Stinger against Rex, you'll know that you use almost everything. It is a very, very tight fight. There is some more ammo available over on the right-hand side of the room. But you shouldn't need it. I know one trick on console was the moment the fight starts, you run to the right, throw a trap grenade and grab that ammo, and then do the fight from there. Just so that you've got the spare ammo, but you shouldn't need it. I think the beam and backtrack helped with that. Though you wouldn't do that on a console run. Oh. Rested on that for just a moment, just to make sure it was blue. That'd be really horrible at this point. Oh, what? No gold split that time. Am I on PB pace as well? I forgot what my I forgot what I said my my current PB on this category is. Oh, I still have the tab open and it says in the tab any percent in 39 minutes and 12 seconds. I was a bit closer to him that time. The middle. All good. Against the wall. Can't remember if you need to skate that bit. Oh crap, I got... Okay. All the way to the end. That's alright. That's our one freebie. That's the one freebie. That's why I haven't been doing it, or I haven't been taking alert in the helipad, because that gives us one free alert. So on 3, we'll get one more alert from the escape. That's why we use your new skip. That would indeed avoid that that issue. I just need to practice it a lot more to make sure I'm actually saving time. Boing. Make sure I remember which way I'm going in here. Sometimes I make a mistake and go the wrong way. Snake always moves to the right. So on the way out, you go down the left-hand side. And on the way back, you go down the right-hand side. But it's always right for Snake. Because obviously you're coming downwards, so left is his right. Stage left. Stage left on the way out, and stage right on the right way out. On the way back in. Let's GME. Thank you. We were both on the same wavelength there. Remember. GME. Alright, folks. Can anyone tell me what GME stands for? Wrong guesses only, please. Give me your best. Give me your best. Here's what GME doesn't stand for. Give me eggs. Like, you will give me egg. Classic Wesker. Did anyone else see that? I want to say Anthony. Damn it! I've forgotten the actor's name. There was a. Right. You know what? I'm gonna just not do the B-Man backtrack here. Fuck's sake. Shit. Forgot to GME. I need to have a look at the B-Man backtrack and make sure I can do it. make sure I can do it without taking an alert, because I got an alert last time. General Motors e-bike. German means everything. Right, what's the name of the actor who plays Homelander in The Boys? Keep thinking Anthony, but I don't think it is Anthony. There's a new Resident Evil movie being, or it like currently like in the works. Like this is not a continuation of the old Resident Evil movies. This is a brand new version, and there was a bit of fan casting suggesting that the actor who plays Homelander in The Boys, Anthony Starr, thank you, should play Wesker, and Anthony Starr has now come forward to say he would love to do it, and he wants to play Wesker. And if you there is a fan rendition of what he would look like, and it is perfect. It would be an amazing, like, if whatever company it is that's making this film, if they now don't do it, like they have made a massive mistake. Because not only does he have the look, we already know following his performance as Homelander that he could absolutely pull off Wesker. It'd be so good. I would genuinely be interested in seeing a Resident Evil movie if Anthony Starr was Wesker. I normally could. I've never seen any of the Resident Evil movies. I've never watched any of them. I've seen clips, I've seen bits of them, but I've never watched them. I'm not a big Resident Evil fan. To this day, I have only ever completed Resident Evil 5, and a few months ago, I played through the Resident Evil 2 remake on stream. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. I did say that I'd consider speedrunning it, but I'm not. I haven't got time at the moment. Yeah. If they were to say that they have definitely... Oh no, I left too freaking early. It's still gold. Fuck. God. Damn it. This was because I didn't do the B-Man backtrack. I mean, we're still on. We can still do it. Yeah, because I didn't do the B-Man backtrack. I don't know why I'm GMEing. There's no call to come in. Because I didn't do that, and I went through the steam room. I completely forgot to accommodate for the fact that the steam room adds extra loading time, so the card's not changing. So I probably left like a second too early. I need to have a look. I need to have a look and find an extreme run that uses the B-Man backtrack and learn how you do it without screwing it up. I say we are technically still on for Big Boss. I haven't lost Big Boss rank. It's just not going to be a very good time. It's certainly not going to be a PB. How the frick do you do that on... Do you even need to do it? Just thought, why don't we just GME2 and run over? Is there a particular reason why we can't just GME2 and run over? Like, can you not just... Ah, because you can't get out. No, that's fair. That's fair. That's why you can't get out. Folks tried to speedrun games was not like a RAM disk with stupid low load times. I mean, you can't, with MGS1, you can't get much quicker than the way we've already done it. There's another backtrack. But to answer your question, did an Alexia? I don't know. I don't know how you would go. I don't know how you would go about doing that. But for a lot of... Oh, the one where you... Oh, fuck's sake. Wah, wah. The longer back. I mean, for most games in the Metal Gear series, it wouldn't make a lot of difference because we go by loading remove time. Certainly, like the Master Collection, we go by loading remove time. So it doesn't make a huge amount of difference. I think Phantom Pain and well, MGS5, so Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain might be the exception there. I don't actually know how they're timed. Well, I know how Ground Zeroes is timed because I run Ground Zeroes. Ground Zeroes is, right. I do need to GME here because we wouldn't have got the phone call. Yeah, Ground Zeroes is done by, RTA. So there is no loading remove time, and I've done some loading time comparisons, and they're very, very similar. But something like that would probably be banned anyway, because giving yourself a major advantage by having certain pieces of hardware, you're spending money to give yourself an advantage. Now, that already exists in some cases. For example, Metal Gear Solid 1 on console, you're actually doing a proper console run on actual hardware, then you are always going to have a faster time. You are always going to have a faster time. Good. I should have checked it before, shouldn't I? You're always going to have a faster time if you're running on PlayStation TV. The PSTV is known to be the fastest version. It beats all other versions of the game. It's still faster than the PC Master Collection. Master Collection on PC is now equivalent, as far as speedrun.com is concerned, to running on a PSTV, and PSTV is still faster. But the difference with that is that is an official piece of hardware. So you can't really ban people from doing that because it's an official piece of hardware. The only thing you could do with that is have a separate category for it, and it's not worth it. one time we used the codec. So I don't know. I guess the other problem, I'd say other problem, the other thing with that is, if you do ban doing something like that, how do you prove it? how do you prove that a runner has done this? And that is an argument I've used in the past for why rules should be a way that they are. This happened to me in the Klonoa 2 speedrun scene. So if you've ever seen one of my Klonoa 2 speedruns where I use Popka, you'll know that I use Rewadster, which is a controller remapper, to have it set up so that I can use both player 1 and player 2 on the same controller. It means I don't have to use 2 controllers in order to use the Popka jump. And when it was first at a time when it was being discussed and I was explaining how it worked and all of that, the people suggested that this might be something that we need to ban and we can't use, because it puts console runner, because I don't think PC is separate from console on Klonoa. It puts console runners at a disadvantage because they can't do it. And also, if you don't have all of the setup to do it this way, then other people can't do it. I will continue this story after this. Hope I get this right first time, because otherwise Big Boss is gone. That was a nice recovery. And there's alert number 4. That was a very, very nice recovery. We pulled a lot of time back. Obviously not enough. But yeah, this should, as I say, despite the massive time loss that we've had, because I had to go back and redo the card key, assuming I don't die here, this should be Big Boss. For the first time ever, for me, I have never ever gotten Big Boss rank on Metal Gear Solid 1 before. It feels a little bit hollow because it's the PC version and not the original console version. GAB makes a massive difference to doing this, but it, as I say, it should be Big Boss nonetheless. Seven hits on these guards. Didn't take too much damage there. Anyway, I'll continue on with the story now about Klonoa. So I said, people were suggesting that it might need to be banned because it puts console runners at a disadvantage because they can't do it, and anyone who doesn't want to go through the setup or can't get stuff to work because it's a bit of a convoluted method, is also at a disadvantage. And my argument to them for why it should be allowed was, you can't prove if I do it or not. I said, it's all right you saying you ban it, but if I use it, how are you going to prove that I've done it? I said the only way of proving that I've done it is you force runners to use a hand cam, and that is even worse. Forcing runners to have to use a hand cam, people will not like that, and people won't want to do it, and you won't have anyone doing the speedrun. And eventually, and that one, that was, yeah, you're right. We can't prove it either way, so we might as well we can't prove it either way without making it more difficult. So we might as well just let let it be a thing. And as a result, you are allowed to use remapping tools for Climber 2. So yes, I have legitimately used the argument of you can't prove if I did this as a reason for why you should be allowed to do something on the speedrun. Which is a bit shitty. Don't get me wrong, it was a shitty thing to say and do, but it was the truth. And also, I really wanted to be able to do it. Because I'd spent, a good 6 or 7 years... 6 or 7 years doing that run with 2 controllers, and I wasn't going to have that taken away from me. All right, 2 minute 19 behind, but there it is. For the first time ever, I have gotten big boss rank in Metal Gear Solid 1. And that did not take anywhere near as long as Foxhound in MGS3 did. Oh my god. As I say, this is a much, much easier run to do this with. Like, the difference between Big Boss on this and Foxhound on MGS3 is staggering. It's so different. So very, very different. Thank you all for your very kind words, but this is not a huge achievement. With a little bit of work, anyone can do this. Getting this on console is the challenge. So I kind of knew that this wasn't going to take very long, because I have tried on console. Last time I really got into MGS1 console runs, I was trying for Big Boss, and that is difficult. The difficult bit about console runs isn't the continues, it isn't the alerts, it is the rations. You're only allowed to use one ration, and there's only one time to use it. You can only use a ration in one place. You don't have any choice in the matter, really, and that's the weapon glitch. You have to use a ration for weapon glitch. So it's tough. But I'm still glad that I've got it. It's nice to finally tick it off my list. I'm glad I didn't resort to playing the original Japanese version you'd still only use one ration, but it's on easy difficulty, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, we're gonna take a short break. As I say, the thing is this isn't a PB. Because of that, because I had to go and do the red PAL key twice. My PB is 39:12. That's what I actually have on speedrun.com. So this is nearly 4 minutes behind. So we need to catch that up. Should be fairly easy, as long as I don't make that huge, massive mistake again. But yeah, it'd be nice for my PB to be Big Boss rank as well. So we're gonna go for a break, and when we come back, we're gonna do this again and see if we can do it, because I think that'd be pretty cool. But let's at least mark the occasion with a good old screenshot. And actually, before we do anything else, let's actually have a look at the B-Man backtrack, and see where I'm going wrong with taking that alert. Right, so once again, we'll watch it, but I don't know if I do it. But this is my current PB, and you can tell how old this is because of the layout. This wasn't a Big Boss attempt. You'll see that I do alert farming. This was just standard. This was standard Eagle, any percent extreme. So yeah, you can see that I get alerts and stuff like that. This video is, I believe this is 4 years old. If I go to speedrun.com, 4 years ago, 16th of July 2021. So yeah, just a little over 4 years old. Because of the red. Yeah, this was what my... I should say this wasn't a streamed run. My streams always had a webcam. But if I was doing an offline run, I used to have setups where I didn't have a webcam so that I could just do it without being on camera. These days I don't. If I do an offline run, I still have a webcam. I just don't talk. You just see me there. It's a nice way. I still think a webcam's a nice way of legitimizing it and sort of showing, everything's on the up and up. I am there doing the run. Yeah, my very easy sub 30 run, the one that blew up, is exactly the same setup as this. But anyway, let's actually check. Did I do the beam and backtrack, or did I do something different? No, it looks like I went through the... No, I went through here. So I need to find a run that uses the beam and backtrack. Let's try Glenn's. Only because Glenn's is also Big Boss. I think he's on his way. He's on his way up to do it. So let's have a look and see what Glenn does.
27 and 21. I need to remember that. It's important. It's very important.
Okay, so Glenn doesn't. Glenn also doesn't do it. Maybe it's something you can't do on Extreme. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the current world record. Only from 7 months ago. This is... Sorry for context. This is Spitfire 77. I'll be perfectly honest. I've never heard of this runner. So congratulations to that. This is 7 months ago. Where are we at here? This looks like first entry. Normal Palki. Okay, the warehouse. Blast furnace. Okay, we're here. Oh. Ah, here we go. Here we go. This looks to be it. So maybe I was just not quick enough. Or is that their one free alert? Maybe that's their one freebie? Oh, wait, no, because this wasn't Big Boss. I'll say every Metal Glen Solid... There you go. Metal Glen Solid has the highest Big Boss rank run on speedrun.com. But I think obsolete runs shown. Apply filters. No, even then, because yeah, here you go. Soapy Sam here's got two separate runs here, both eagle. Yeah, Metal Glen Solid is yeah. Metal Glen Solid does have, for the PC version at least, the fastest Big Boss run. I genuinely thought like someone like Spitfire or Limes or someone like that would have had a Big Boss run on here that's faster than Glenn's. It's just slower than their Eagle run, but clearly not. You might find that they do have faster Big Boss runs. They've just never submitted them to speedrun.com because they're not faster. Which is weird because Big Boss used to be like, if we get rid of the obsoletes and if we go back, let's put an end date of, can I just change this? I can change this. No, let's change this to 2019. What you'll probably find, there we go. Go back to 2019 and there are only 2 runs on there that are not Big Boss. And it shows how much the attitude towards Big Boss has changed. It used to be that if you were doing the hardest difficulty, you were expected to do Big Boss. You were expected to get the top rank on any run. Not I'm not saying that there was a rule. It was just kind of everyone kind of expected it. But now drop that and it's massively changed. People do favor speed more, and there's 2 minutes. 2 minutes of difference between the fastest eagle. Those halcyon days. I don't even know what that word is. Yeah, I think I think the main reason for it is because speedrunning is no longer. No, back then you couldn't do the B-man backtrack wasn't known back then. We're gonna try it before we go into before we go for the break. So let me Arcan over. I think the main reason for it, for the change, is because speedrunning is no longer the niche that it once was. Oh, that was weird. The game didn't reset. It usually resets at the end. Speedrunning used to be quite a niche thing. The communities were very, very small. And as a result, I don't want to say it became elitist. That's not what I'm trying to say. But I think because it was so niche, people refined it a lot more. And over time, because speedrunning has become more popular, more people are able to get into it. You've got a younger audience getting involved. It's had to open up more. It's had to adapt, and it's had to be far more welcoming of all skills and abilities. Because there's one thing that speedrunning across the board prides itself on. GDQ absolutely is grounded with the fact that speedrunning is for everyone. It is a community for everyone. It doesn't matter, and this goes into the whole, it is for LGBTQ plus. It is for, for any race, any religion, they lean very heavily on the fact that they are an open community that welcomes everyone, and most communities do now. Which is fantastic. Everyone just should anyway. Like, we shouldn't have to say these things, but unfortunately in this world, we do have to say these things. We have to signal these things. And it's a shame that we have to push them. We have to signal them. That was weird. There was no audio during that cutscene. I'm trying to get something in the UK going. There are various different plans in place. I would like to see speedrunning become bigger in the UK because I really enjoy it and I want to do more stuff with it. It's just there's not that much to do. If you're not in the US, speedrunning is a little bit tricky. I'm actually a bit jealous actually. We've got I've been working with some Canadians. Preventathon is primarily Canadian. It is not it has a lot of US volunteers because time zone right next door to each other, it works out, but it's primarily a Canadian speedrunning organization, and a couple of my friends from that have splintered off into a new speedrunning team called Steel City Speedruns, which every time I hear the name it seems weird that it's called Steel City Speedruns, because for me the town of Steel is Sheffield. If you know anything about the UK, you'll know that Sheffield was very, very famous for producing steel. The hockey team are called the Steelers, and there's still some steel works there. There's a very famous science museum called Magna, which I went to a couple of times when I was a kid. And it's built on an old steelwork, so they actually a section of it. It's all about the elements. There's like an earth area. There's the blades. Yes, Sheffield United are referred to as the Blades, steel swords. So yeah, Magna's got an earth area, a wind area, an air area, and a fire area, a water area, and a fire area. But there's also a section dedicated to the steelworks. And they actually put on a demonstration of the steelworks, like they don't actually switch it on. They sort of simulate it and sort of show how it used to work and the history behind it. It's fascinating. If you're ever in that side of the country, definitely go to Magna, particularly if you've got teenage kids or kids that like Alex wouldn't have a clue what's going on if he went. He's only 2, wouldn't be suitable. But if you've got anywhere between sort of 8 plus, I'd probably say, they will absolutely love it. It's an amazing day out. Make sure you go in the holidays, because if you try and go during school term time, you will just have, the place will just be filled with school trips. But yeah, and so I lived in Sheffield for the whole of my teenage year. I moved to Sheffield when I was 12. I finally left Sheffield when I was 20. So yeah, I spent 8 years living in Sheffield as a teenager, is where I grew up. You wouldn't tell by my accent. I did not change my accent. I still have a Buckinghamshire accent. On the flip side, if you ever hear my brother speak, you'll think that he was born and raised in Sheffield, because he did change his accent completely. It sounds horrible. I've hated it. I've hated his accent forever, but he knows it. So this isn't like new information. I worked behind the scenes of the Crucible for a week. I did my work experience through school. I had a week of work experience. It was a specific work experience program that Sheffield Theatres put on, where you go. You do some behind the scenes works. Like one night that I was there, I worked as front of house staff in the Lyceum. But the rest of the week was a lot of workshops and working on things and team building, and it was a whole project. It was fantastic. It was one of the best weeks I've ever had in theatre. So yeah, as a result of that, we went behind the scenes. We did the tour of the Lyceum, the Crucible, the studio. I assume the studio is still a thing. Yes, the Crucible is famous for being where the major snooker tournament is held. So yeah, I've been behind the scenes of the Crucible Theatre. I've sadly nenever performed at the Crucible or Lyceum. I've seen performances at both. I saw a fantastic production of Midsummer Night's Dream at the Crucible. I saw the Seagull, and that was, what's her name? One of the absolutely fabulous advocated for the Burkers. I can't remember her damn name. Actress. I'm gonna have to check. I saw her in a Joanna Lumley. Thank you, Joanna Lumley. I saw Joanna Lumley in a production of The Seagull by Anton Chekhov as beautiful play. If you're into naturalism, which is a very difficult thing to get into, because it's very sort of stuffy, conversational, very proper and to do, but wonderful when done very well. And she was perfect. And I also saw a production of The Caretaker at the Crucible, which was was that the Crucible? Was that something else? I think it was the Crucible. Yeah, if it was the Crucible, it was a production of The Caretaker, which is a very weird play. There's only 3 actors in it. One was relatively unknown. He was like part of one of the sort of main Sheffield Theatre guys. But the other 2 actors were again, I'm so bad with actors' names, it's appalling. Argus Filch from Harry Potter. Also been I was in Hot Fuzz. He's been in Doctor Who quite a few times, playing the first Doctor, because obviously William Hartnell died. So he stood in for William Hartnell quite a few times. Again, I'm absolutely terrible with names. I'm sure someone will come up with the name. He was the Caretaker. And then there was another character in it. I can't remember exactly how it went. David Bradley. He was in it. And the other actor, I've got this isn't me misremembering his name. I got no idea what his name is. He used to be in EastEnders. He played a character called Dennis. I can't remember the character's surname, but that he was the son of Dirty Den. Now, if you know anything about EastEnders, Dirty Den is one of the most famous characters, like historically in EastEnders. And yeah, it's like Dennis Watts or Dennis Watson. I can't remember, but I wasn't that interested in EastEnders, so I didn't really know. But he was fantastic in that play. It was really, really good. Nigel Harmon. Let me pop that name. If you're right, that is very, very good. Let me pop that name in. It does sound familiar. Top marks. Nigel Harmon indeed. Nigel Harmon was in it, and he was brilliant. He played this really sort of twisted character who had a very, very short fuse and flipped at a moment's notice. And he played it it was a wonderful performance. If you ever get the opportunity to see live theatre, absolutely go. It's such a different experience, and I adore it. I love watching it. I used to love being in it. And it was one of the reasons why I stream. It gives me an opportunity to perform. I get to combine performance and video games. Fucking perfect. Anyway, let's go for that break. No, we're not going to go for that break just yet. We will go for a break. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I was never interested in EastEnders, but sort of around that era, my mum used to watch it every day. Oh, we've got problems. I'm going to have to restart the game anyway, because that was not correct. I thought it was weird that the game didn't reset after it refreshed. After the game ended, and clearly that caused problems where it didn't load the settings correctly. Right. Blast furnace, warm power keys. We just want to check. I just want to check to see, as long as I'm doing this quickly enough, can I get through all this without getting spotted by that guard? There he is. You can see him over on the right. Yes, I just wasn't quick enough. Okay, but he does spot me. He does spot me there. So just need to work out how to get back without being spotted. Hopefully that isn't already... I haven't already screwed up by going the wrong direction. Where is it? He's there. I'm guessing I'm just going to have to do something to... I guess I'm going to have to do something to, just to pause and wait for him to move. Okay, so he's already stepping forwards at this point. So presumably I need to either leave a lot quicker and move straight round to the right. I do have a spare alert, so if this doesn't work out and in a run and I take it, it's not a huge deal. Nah, just too slow. It's like literally like a second too slow. So I guess I'm going to need to put in some sort of buffer. But it's good to know that this other camera angle's different now. That's weird. Can I just stand here and wait? Is he going to turn around? Which way is he going to turn? Okay, you can't just stand there and wait because he does that. Unless there's an opportunity for the moment he turns to the right, that's when we move. There's got to be a way of doing this. I don't remember this being... I'm sure this used to be a thing in Extreme and it wasn't a problem. But again, that's partly because no one's trying to get Big Boss. Everyone's just going for time. Unless we go and kill that guard. Is the only other option. But you can't... No, we can't go and kill him. There's got to be a way of doing this. I like saying B-man backtrack. It feels really nice to say. And I want to be able to say it in a run. It's also faster. It's also faster. If you can put the B-man backtrack in, it is faster. I've waited too long there. Ooh, throw a chaff grenade as a distraction. That's a good idea. All that. Yeah, maybe it was I can't see the damn guard. But I'm gonna try B-man's idea first. Because we're not on much of a time limit. That's the other thing here. We've got plenty of time to do this. It's not like I need to get in and get out and get back. There is time to wait. So assuming the guard doesn't see me in here. Right, so that's probably the best option. Now, can I do it without getting bloody spotted? Is the next question. But that might be the easiest way of doing it. We've got plenty of kills. There's so many kills free. We're allowed up to 25, and I think my run I had like 12 or something. Should I wait for him to step forwards and turn? Oh. He saw me leave the elevator. He turned. Okay. Maybe that don't work. It's always nowhere near enough. We got to up that body count. Got to pump those numbers up. Okay, so we don't. I don't understand what happened here. Oh, because he turns like instantly. It's there. Cool. There. Actually don't need the body armor. Cool. Then that's it. So after his second, I'm going to just do that one more time so I know what I'm doing with that second turn. He does 2 turns. It's weird that this camera angle changes. Sometimes it's like this and sometimes it's other. So turns, stops, turns, go. In fact, you could even speed. You could even speed that up. You could even speed that up by having by throwing him into the by throwing him over the railing instead. Oh, I don't know whether I need these stun grenades because this save doesn't have them. I don't know how much time that took. That almost certainly was fine. All right, we're gonna take a short break because I realise it's already 10:30. Although I'm at home tomorrow, so there's no desperate need for me to like finish at midnight. So yeah, we're gonna take a short break. We'll come back. Yeah, we'll carry on. I will, however, throw out one more link that I've been sharing in most streams. If you are someone who is in the UK and you are interested in attending new UK live speedrunning events, go and join this Discord server. I'm currently in negotiations with an existing UK convention team to bring speedruns to their events. The more people we get into that Discord server, so I can go to them and say, I've already got a Discord server with X number of people interested in this event, the better negotiation power I have. Although I have recently been told by my contact from the organization that they mentioned it to their boss, and their boss was pretty excited about the prospect. So that's a good sign. Hopefully more news about that coming soon. I'm waiting for something on their end to go public, and then I can talk a bit more about it. I'm going to check if that's happened during the break, but it's all in a few. Alrighty folks, welcome back to Thursday Night Speedrunning here on the Nick RP stream, where we've just gotten Big Boss rank on Metal Gear Solid 1 for the very first time in my life. I've never done it before. Granted, it's the PC version, which makes it a hell of a lot easier. I'll be over the moon when I finally get to do it on console. But in the meantime, we're going to try and improve my PB while still retaining it, while still getting Big Boss. Because the Big Boss I got was not a PB in the slightest. So we're going to give that a go. Are you ready? Welcome back, folks. So here we go with this is attempt number 3 for this evening of Metal Gear Solid. Sorry, at the corner, at the very corner of my eye, I can just see the vertical stream on OBS in my other monitor. For some reason, just like it, like almost looked like it was flashing red. Just because of the way that, like, the light here, and it was really weird. I didn't like it. And it made me pause. It's still happening. I don't like it. Go away. I need to do something about this. This is really irritating me. Make it thin. Make it really small. There we go. Now I can't see it. Okay. It's weird. Really weird aside. Sorry, folks. Right. So we have tidied up a couple of bits. Hopefully we should be good for alerts and things like that. Still going to keep the one safety alert that we've got in there, so that we've got one freebie in case something goes wrong. Yeah, let's try this again. So hopefully for the second time tonight, we will get Big Boss rank. Hopefully we'll also beat my current PB, which is not 40:33 as per live split. It's actually 39 minutes and 12 seconds. 4 years ago. 3, 2, 1, go. Assuming I can repeat the performance I just did, it should be fairly easy to get. That run back then, I don't even think it had Boba Skip in it. I'm pretty sure that run was pre-Boba as well. So yeah, there's more than enough times, even with going Big Boss rather than Eagle. There's more than enough time saving there. There's also an opportunity to get the best Big Boss rank time on speedrun.com. As we've been discussing, the only person who actually has... Sorry, there are multiple people on speedrun.com with a Big Boss rank. But the fastest... is Metal Gear Solid, who is in 8th position on the board with that run, and that run is 2 minutes behind the current world record. So hopefully I can also, look at trying to improve on that. That would be another nice challenge to hit. That time, so that we know what number we're going for with that, is 36:55. So we've got quite a way to go to get to that 36:55. But it's an option. It's let's keep that open, keep that in mind, and see how we do. Watch out for that dude. Cool. Pretty straightforward. There's not really much more to the docks. Shit. I am not hovered on the game, so my,
Surveillance camera?
Oh, there goes my free alert. Nah. Not worth it. Not worth it. Let's do that again. That happened because even though the controller still works if you're not focused on the game, keyboard buttons don't work if you're still focused on the game. And whilst I was pushing the PlayStation button on my controller to equip the chaff grenade, that is technically me pushing 9 on the keyboard. So yeah. Note for the future: if you're going to be using weapon hotkeys, you still need to be focused on the game. You can't not be focused on the game. Knock. Guard to move around. So we interrupt his patrol for later. Auto hotkey script. What? So that the game's always focused? I'd say it's only because I had the game unfocused. Oh, okay. Seems a little excessive. Like, just make sure the game's focused. But if there's something to it. I haven't used auto hotkey in ages. I used to use it. I used to use it, but I can't remember what for. Let's not screw it up this time. I'm focused. Chaff grenade.
Surveillance camera?
Cool. So handy that guard is asleep. Nice, and a gold split. We're still going to see quite a lot of gold splits because we're still you know, working with the same 2 runs worth of splits. Which I don't think I've actually saved as a separate file yet. Must make sure I do that, otherwise it will save over my easy splits, which isn't what I want. Oh, my foot's up. How do you get the alert and kill count info? That is by you need to install a separate plugin for live split called I think it's ASL VAR viewer. It just allows you to view any variables. Allows you to view any variables that are in the auto splitter. Which there are plenty of there are loads of variables available to view through the auto splitter. Nice. And then yeah, once you've got that, you add you have to add one for each one. So this is using 1, 2, 3, 4. This is using five ASL VAR viewers. You just add them as as extra entities in the layout editor, and then when you go into them, the properties allow you to select whatever variables it can find in the ASL. Yeah, I forgot that time. I've not had a very good success rate with it yet. Out we come. Johnny and his silent sneezes. There is nothing to do in here. Oops. I'm spinning around, out of my way. Like how Johnny has absolutely no reaction to this. Oh yeah, the other big important thing that that my PB on speedrun.com doesn't have is minimal install. If I don't get this, if I don't get the PB, what I should do is do something that Tom Mandeville suggested and keeps suggesting that I do, and I keep forgetting to do it, which is to race against my old PB. Actually put my old PB on screen and race against it. It wouldn't take me too long to set up, actually. It'd only take me a couple of minutes. I think what might, if I was gonna, because actually that is a really cool idea for showing like improvements to runs and stuff like that, because the main focus, but certainly for like certainly for a video showcasing the run, the game itself, the actual run itself needs to be the main focus. Because if I then beat that PB, that's a new PB, and I need to upload that video to YouTube. Having two runs side by side, which are much smaller, isn't a very good showcase. There's a couple of ways around that. One way around it would be to also record the non-double version of that, which I can do with OBS source record. You can record one scene while streaming another scene. So that would be one option for that. The other option would be to actually make a custom layout, specifically where the run that I'm attempting is the main focus, and we have a smaller screen showing the run that I'm racing against, which I already have a 3DS. I already have a 3DS layout, which could potentially that layout is obviously 16 by 9, not 4 by 3, but that would be an option as well, so that at least the main focus is still on the current attempt. I might have a look at that. It's an interesting idea. And encourage me to actually do that more often. Oh, fast elevator, nice. Oh, fast elevator completely ruined by the fact that I didn't Just can't get the leaving the elevator on time. Yeah, fast elevator's good and all that, but when you then completely screw up pushing the button, you kind of lose all of the time gain that you just had from it. And here, we specifically don't equip the chaff grenade until right at the end. This slows Snake down enough so that the guard at the top of the stairs that we've got to flip turns around. So you'll notice as we approach him, just as I'm about to get into his eye line, he turns around. Oh, I was still slightly too fast.
Start.
That was stupid, wasn't it? Can't believe I was slightly too fast. I don't know how. I don't know how that was too fast. Take it out on view.
What was that noise?
There we go. I don't need to worry about like distracting this guard now, because he's not going to come here because he's dead. Because we've got plenty of kills to spare, so do it. I've had enough. Snake's going on a rampage. Because I think it's that. I think I've killed that guard. This is where I found out I've actually killed the other guard. I don't think so. Pretty sure we'll see that guard come around that corner in a second. Eventually. Where is he? There he is. Quick, get out of the way. Right, so because I've killed that guard, we don't have to worry. I know I didn't used to kill that guard, mainly because I quite often like run into guards when I'm trying to choke them out. I just run into them and take an alert because I'm bad at the game sometimes. But no. Now that I've done that, we don't have to worry. Have to worry about messing around with that guard. We can just have Snake go in funny directions. Only thing I'm slightly concerned about is whether that's now screwed up this guard's, because he went and investigated that guard being killed. Whether this guard's pathing is now put too far behind, because he's not here yet. Now he's here. This might have screwed up. Yeah, I was right. That screws it up. That completely screws it up. Don't do that. If you're going to kill one of them, kill both of them.
Start.
Start. This is start. So yeah. Note for the future. Kill one, kill both. Otherwise, leave them both alone. So I'm going to be nice this time. I'm going to let him live. I've chosen to let you live. See that I don't change my mind. This is what it's like to be a god. He didn't actually hear me in the puddle of water this time, so he's here a lot earlier. It's fine. It doesn't matter when he gets here, as long as we still distract him.
What was that noise?
He should still walk all the way around. Oh, he didn't. Guess that's because I distracted him too late. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's fine. He won't be here when we don't want him to be. See, this guard's already here now. I mean, kill one, kill both. Oh shit! Careful, he will just see you if you're too far forwards. Unfortunately, it does mean on extreme you can't get Snake into that screen into that shot. Alright, here we go again. Now the run can actually begin. Throw that chaff grenade.
Surveillance camera?
Throw the chaff! I feel like that guard woke up because I shouted throw the chaff. Squeak. Alright, see how much further I can get this time. I can still do, we do still have some options for bidding if anyone's up for some channel point betting for my Twitch viewers. Palkey, PB, and Boba Skip all available for MGS1. Which Palkey, because we're doing Big Boss, it'd just be, is it God Rat or not God Rat? It'd still be the same.
What was that noise?
Why? Why have I been seen? What did I do differently that time than any other time? Now, technically, if I use that as my one and only alert, one and only free alert, then I can carry on. But we are now 16 seconds behind. I've took a bunch of damage. But do I really want... I'm trying to PB here. God damn it, I don't know why. I don't understand why that...
Start.
I don't understand why that didn't work when it's worked every other time. I feel like I threw it in the same place and same time, and I don't know. I don't get this game sometimes. A bit of frustration out of you. Ah, the other guard didn't come and investigate this time. So we're okay. That works. This works fine because the other guard's patrol hasn't been interrupted. So we can just chill. We can just chill here now. Chill here for 83 seconds. I need to find my Rubik's Cube. So I used to do a race against House, where he would run this. But PC very easy, and I would run Twin Snakes, and it was the original versus remake race. We did it for GDQ Hotfix once, and during that Hotfix run, this was before the Twin Snakes Prozac skip was discovered, and obviously in anything other than Big Boss on MGS1, you are running around getting alerts. On Twin Snakes, before Prozac skip was discovered, there was nothing to do. you would run up to the end. You grab the M9 from the bottom, run up and grab some stun grenades from one of the lockers, and then you just wait. And during that GDQ hotfix run, I had my Rubik's Cube with me, so whilst House was running around in circles trying to get alerts, I just sat there and did a Rubik's Cube. I don't think I finished it. I just sat there doing a Rubik's Cube, waiting for the elevator to come down. There are other options for the tank hangar. There's another option where you gold split. There's an option where you throw the chaff grenade over the top of the tank.
Surveillance camera?
Which I used to do that version as well, because I've never found a version of tank hangar on Extreme that stuck. Oh, I lost a little bit of time there. Answered that codec call slightly too early. Yeah, those races were a lot of fun. It was always great because just because of how MGS1 PC skips codecs, loading times are faster, etc. You skip cutscenes instantly. It would race ahead very, very quickly. And then Twin Snakes would just pull it all back at the power key section. Just go from minutes and minutes behind to minutes ahead. Again, I don't understand. I don't understand what I'm doing different. What has been different about?
Reset.
Start.
What has been different about how I've done that to previous attempts? It is quite infuriating, that one. So we stand here again for another minute and a half. There are a couple of other options. As I say, you can throw the sun grenade over the throw the chaff grenade over the top of the tank to distract them and get them to run down instead. You just got to make sure you're quick enough to get, because they immediately turn back around again. The other option is not to throw a chaff grenade at all. Instead, you can run straight to the guard and throw him. You just have to make sure that you throw him to the right, because if you don't throw him to the right, if you throw him down, the first thing he does is stand up, turn around from the direction he's been thrown, and see you at the elevator. But yeah, this one's always thrown me. And it's just it's a really annoying reset because not a lot has happened. Like you were standing here for a minute and a half doing nothing, and we're just waiting for that. We just got to wait for that every single time. I think the dock should be cut from the run. I think speedruns in Metal Gear Solid 1 should start. should start at the heliport. Not the dock. Terrible start. They do it in Phantom Pain. Skip the whole of the hospital in Phantom Pain. You start off in Afghanistan. Why can't we do that with MGS1? I'm joking, of course. Be a terrible idea. Because the difference is in the dock, you do actually have something to do.
A surveillance camera?
You are actually speedrunning. Whereas the hospital section of Phantom Pain, there is nothing. There is no speed up. There is nothing you can do to speed that section up and make it any quicker. Or just find a skip from the dock. You can go out of bounds in the dock. Unfortunately, it doesn't do anything. There is one location, the very first pipe that you crawl under, you can vent glitch on top of it, and then by moving over to the left, clip through the wall and go out of bounds. But it doesn't do anything. You can run around like the outside of the elevator, but there's no trigger. It doesn't trigger anything.
What was that noise?
Spotted again.
Reset.
I need to just practice this because this is ridiculous. I need to find some. I might try. I'm going to try one of the other methods. This is just dumb. I don't get it. That time I did throw the chaff grenade into a slightly different location. Yeah, I'm gonna try the throw. I've not tried the throw for quite a long time. Might be an option. And this isn't it. Yeah. That wasn't it. That wasn't what I was trying to do. That was really stupid. You found 2 new useless glitches. What might they be? Go for it. I'll tell you. I'll tell you if it's something I already knew about. Probably not, because I haven't touched this in ages. You can interrupt the cutscene when you're supposed to get the PAL key and run around. Okay, cool. Is that like the little bit where Snake runs up the stairs? Do you sort of do some sort of interrupt there? Because I know that you can speed up that section slightly. Oh, you just get seen by that guy. Or maybe you have to wait. I put that one into a speedrun. I put that one into a speedrun tutorial once. I wonder if there's a like a buffer you have to make for that one. All right, let's try throwing it over the tank instead. So how do you interrupt it? Because I know you can equip weapons. You can jeer me during the cutscene. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because that would interrupt all triggers. That makes sense. Okay, so new plan. We're going to try the throw it over the tank method. And that failed miserably as well, apparently.
Snake! Snake!
I don't think I threw that far enough. I hate that you have to go through this bloody vent every time, though. Oh my god. The thing is, I don't think there's I don't know of a safer option for this. I think I'm gonna have to practice the proper method of doing it and work out what it is. Maybe I need to throw it up and right a little bit more. So the problem is I thought I had this down. So you see it, he's seeing me from there. I'm throwing it too far. Other use I found was that you can have snakes start in a crawling position mid-air when you climb down the ladder. I'm trying to think what that means. Climb down the ladder. Oh, as in like it, like when you climb down from Rex. How do you manage that? These are both. Neither of these are things that I knew. I can tell you that. This room. What to do about this room? So that's the throw method. I remembered that. Lol. I remembered that you wait for the you wait underneath the tank. You wait underneath the tank until the codec has beeped a second time. I can't believe I remembered it. It's something I haven't done in ages. I just remembered writing and talking about it in that tutorial video. Yeah, so you stand underneath the tank's barrel until the alert, until the call has rung for a second time, and that's when you move. The problem is you have to throw that guard in the exact way that I throw him. If you throw him too late and you throw him into the box rather than in front of the box, when he gets up, he turns up and looks at you. But that seemed better. Once I remembered what I was doing, I got that right first try. So it does save you a chaff grenade. I don't think that's very particularly useful, but.
What was that noise?
You got more than enough time to get down. Okay, let's try doing that then. Here we go for the I don't know how many time. Ugh. If you're still here, thank you for sticking with it whilst this run goes horribly wrong. Whee!
Start.
Reset.
I was saying earlier, you can vent clip on onto. You can vent clip onto there, and then I think you do that or something, and that's how you get out of bounds. I can't remember. I can't remember exactly what you do. I think I'm stuck now. Oh no, go underwater. Where's he going? I do need to kill this guard because otherwise he's going to be in the way later. There we go. Yeah, ration for no reason. That's it, we're good, but there's no guards, we can do whatever we want now. What we can also do is we can get Snake's butt into that shot. We get to see nice big close-up of Snake's butt. That's the reason we play this game, right? Yeah. Play Metal Gear Solid to see Snake's butt. Ah. Yeah, it is. That's why we play Metal Gear. Snake's got that ass, especially in 2. That sneaking suit in 2 leaves nothing to the imagination. Oh, I'm not even in the right spot. Oh, what a waste. Completely wasted. Restart. Restart. Oh, must remember, after this game, after this stream, I'm going to go on to the Metal Gear Speedrunners wiki and update it with my processor and core priority.
Surveillance camera?
Surprised I saved time now. I thought that was a bit slow. Alright, so let's try this throw method instead. I say, I did it fine twice in a row in practice. I bet now this goes wrong. Because it always does. It always goes wrong. In a run. I hate speed running. I should stick to multi-segment. I should only ever do multi-segment speedruns. Never. I should never do full single segment speedruns. They always go wrong. They're always terrible. Stick to multi-segment. I don't think I've ever done a multi-segment speedrun. I don't really see the point in multi-segment speedruns. Yes, it worked. No, for God's sake! I then got spotted by the other guy.
Reset.
I said it wasn't gonna work. You get your restart. We get a restart. We get one more chance to try and get Snake's butt into that camera shot. I swear they do.
Reset.
Start.
I'm starting to lose it. No PB and resets make Nick go something something. Only thing I don't know where that other guard is now. What if he's right behind me? Oh, he's there. Oh, where's he going? Yeah, ration. I already have one. Alright, so I think I was a bit too far forwards. I'm going to try there. I think this might be right. Maybe a bit to the left. Let's try there. Come on. With the throw that I just did, I think I was slightly too late getting there because he kind of went against the box and then shifted past it. So I feel like I was just a little too late. But we'll see. We'll see what happens this time. Hopefully I can do a better job. It'll all be worth it. It'll all be worth it if we get the button the shot. Come on, button the shot. 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 No PB and all resets make Nick something something. Yeah! Button the shot! Could have done with being a step forward. But button the shot. Oh!
Reset.
Start.
Right, now we know where to stand. We take a step forwards. It's all been leading up to this, folks. And this is why I don't tend to use to kill these guards, because I suck at trying to choke him out without getting an alert. Shit.
Reset.
Start.
Oh my god, I'm just making absolute fucking piece of shit meal out of this. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassingly bad. I am sorry, folks. But that's all I'm going to say. There we go. I think that is it. I think that is the perfect spot to get Snake's butt in. All we got to do is sit and wait for just over a minute until we find out. In 1 minute's time, we will know if this is the optimal butt position. At least we've got something out of this. Might not be much, but it's something. Oh yeah, I need to respond to my cat sit. We're going on holiday in a couple of weeks. So we have a cat sitter coming in to look after the cat, look after Eli. He's not in here. Just just drop in every couple of days to feed Eli. He has an automatic feeder. 70, 60, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see that butt. Oh, that's not Snake's butt. That's his back. So I went the wrong way. I went too far forwards. He needs to be further back so that his butt is up more. I'm sorry, folks. So there we go. All of these resets weren't worth it. And we've got that weird glitch. That glitch seems like it happens because the dialogue starts before the codec has like come in. I didn't think it came like it started up after a cutscene. 'Cause that's the second one. That is weird. Right, so if we get another reset here, Snake needs to be further down, further south for that butt shot. This is so nuts. When did we come back off that break? We barely got anywhere. I think the furthest we've got is Nuke Building B1. Sorry, Nuke Building first floor. Furthest we've got. Too early. I'm just gonna have a look at one thing. I'm just gonna have a look at one thing and work out the exact timing for that move. Expert throw strat. Right, I was too far over. That's why. Right, I now know where I'm supposed to stand. So I said before that it's you wait for the codec call to ring twice. For that attempt that I did, I was stood underneath the tank barrel. You don't stand there. You stand way further back. Otherwise you're too far forwards and you'll get there too quickly. As I said, this is why I don't usually choke these guards out.
Reset.
Start.
Because I usually screw it up. Who's still with me? Who's not had enough? You're certainly braver than I am. Thanks, Jam. Double ration. Right, so this time I'm thinking here. Hey, Tom. It's good to know that some people are still perfect straight. Yeah, because it's so fucking dull. There's just something about the music here in the docks that just anything I can to keep myself entertained. Should we play Gakko or Keratin? Come on, let's have a game. Let's have a game of Gakko or Keratin. 1 minute. Is it 1 minute or is it 30 seconds? Get your bets in. Is it going to be... a sound is going to play in a moment randomly. Is it going to be a Keratin frog or a Gakko duck? I'm going to guess duck. Right, have we got it? Have we got the perfect butt shot? No, we're now too far forwards. Too far back. Oh, nobody... It was a duck, I was right. Yeah! Yeah, the house keeps all the Eli points. All 0. All for Nick. And you two were both wrong. That was too little time. I think it was like 30 seconds.
Surveillance camera?
If that was too little time, how much of a delay is there? It shouldn't be that much of a delay. Unfortunately, I can't add... This one I haven't got a custom timer on. Maybe I'll check what the time on it is. If it's 30 seconds, I'll up it to 1 minute. I think it's 30 seconds for that. Because that one's fully automated. I push one button and that's it. It doesn't do anything. I don't have to set a time. I don't have to choose the winner. That one is, I say, 100%. I push one button to start it and it does the rest. But it means I can't pick a custom time for that one. Alright, so... I'm going to stand here. Fast elevator also helps. Finally! Oh, and then I forget to bloody do that, don't I? Nice. I don't want to bet against myself. I wonder if I could get my my bot to bet for me, because obviously you can't bet yourself. Yeah. I can't bet, but I could get my bot to bet. Dibbidi-bum, bum, bum, bum. So fast. Yeah, now we have to wait. This is the other reason I like had to stop doing any percent MGS1. The start is so dull. It's like nothing happens, then a whole load of shit happens, then nothing happens for a long time, but you're still running around, and then the end happens, and that's pretty cool. It's very, very peaks and troughs, this speedrun. We've got to find new Sims. We need a pal skip. This game is needed. This game has needed a pal skip for a very, 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 very long time. Yeah, gold split though. Gold snap.
She took my clothes.
I do have my doubts whether pal skip will ever be found. That's the way the game works. It's a shame stuff like this doesn't provide anything. We can get up on top of the bed, but it doesn't do anything. This would be another decent time save if we could find a way of getting out of this cell early. Get out of the cell, go out of bounds, and get over to the door. That's the thing, the way the story... The problem that MGS1 has with certain things like that is that, like, there is no loading zone or something like that for the start of the Rex fight. It is all story flags. The reason why skipping into Torture works is because there's a door to get in. And there isn't anything like that. The only way to get into that Rex fight is via a cutscene. There has to be a cutscene trigger first. Sorry, Johnny. Nice. This is where I hope I don't, like... These are now new points where I hope I don't screw up. Like there, you got so much time. Because you gotta wait for that guard. When do you have to start? When does the trigger for swimming out of an elevator happen? Is it when the elevator reaches its destination, or is it like straight away? Because I know elevators are weird. The way elevators load is kind of odd. And it's why the elevator reload with the area reloader works in very easy. Because it's a bit weird. Right, I'm gonna make sure I take some high angles here. Don't use the don't flutter step. High angle. Bit of a round. There we go. Good. There we go. This is now apart from the one run that I already finished. Or apart from the 2 run, since getting Big Boss, this is the furthest I've gone. That's what I should be trying to say. It's a little bit after the door closes. You see it? I know which hit you mean, yeah. I say it's because it's weird the way that elevators work. So technically that means you've got control over Snake the whole time he's in the elevator. Still too far over. Way too far over. Plenty of stun grenades, so throw one here. That's a bit early, but it should be okay. Next one here. This is what the games mean. Come on, first try, please. Nope. Let's get into position for the next one. Second try, please. Nope. This is now where it's going to be the guard shooting me. Okay. It took a few attempts, but we got there. And that was it. That was my last... Oh, thank you. I always forget that. That was my last attempt. I am living the best life ever because I beat the video game. I am living the best life ever because I am out of... I was too busy singing and couldn't hear. I am out of the stairwell of shame. I am the best at video games. Oh. Because I haven't got any, I didn't have any stun grenades left. I didn't have any stun grenades left to swim, so I immediately tried swimming and just ran forwards and without... What I needed to do in that situation was do it with grenades instead of stun grenades, because I still had loads of grenades left. But yeah, I'm just, you know, that's how I do it. I think I can just go straight, yeah. You don't need to grab. I don't know why I grabbed that ration. You don't need it. Let's go there. I think it was too late at that point. But could have been. I haven't done the worm in years. Oh my god. The old before swim was a thing, we used to do the worm. Yeah, so you'd time going into and out of GME by like, oh, it was so weird. I can't remember exactly how it worked. But you essentially, I need to try that then. But yeah, it's like Do you do the one forwards or backwards? You have to turn around, or is it a forwards thing? Basically, the when you go into and then interrupt the animation of the of going into the PSG1, you can force Snake to go forwards or backwards. If you do it really quickly, he'll go backwards. If you do it really slowly and time it well, he'll go forwards. And before swim was a thing, before swapping weapons to keep moving forwards was a thing, that's how you got past Wolf. Okay, that's not Snake, but little further to the left and a little further forwards. But yeah, that's how we used to beat Wolf.
Surveillance camera?
Interestingly, you are allowed to use that trick on all bosses, as long as you defeat Wolf first. As long as you beat Wolf and her health goes to 0, you are then allowed to GME to GME and swim through the loading trigger and essentially skip the fight as long as her health's already hit 0. The advantage of doing so is you skip the rank up. But the rules say that you have to beat every boss, and beating every boss is putting their health to 0. I think there's something you can do with the Hang D fight as well, where you skip the rank up. But I can't remember exactly what that is. I remember it being really convoluted and dumb.
What was that noise? Huh? Huh? What was that noise? Who's that?
I tried.
Reset.
Apparently this is going to be a one and done. I get it once and I can't finish a run. That was so unlucky with the Boba skip though. That was, you know, not getting it that many times was just really unfortunate. And there's, sadly that is the one of the 2 big RNG bits of this run that will always be there. There ain't nothing you can do about it. We'll keep trying. We'll keep going. Thank you all so much. Bum bum bum. Bum, bum. I'm looking at my phone. I'm just so out of it now. So out of it. I have completely lost the will to live at this point. Anyone got any nice weekend plans? I've got a bit of news. Something I'm going to be doing this weekend. As I've said before, Heidi and Alex are away at the moment. Originally they were going to get back today, but something came up, which meant they've stayed another night at Heidi's parents. And They left on Monday. Yeah, there it is. Taste. They left on Monday morning, just after I'd started work. And before I started work and before they left, Heidi asked if I would quickly pop to, while she sorted Alex out and sorted out like getting packing and whatever. Heidi asked if I'd pop to the shop and get a bottle of water, a snack for the car, and some other things that she needed to take with her. So I got in the car, and headed round to the shop. Whilst I was in the car, the air conditioning unit in there kept banging. Kept making like just a tiny little thud every so often. It was completely random. There was no rhyme nor reason to it. And yeah, I turned the air conditioning off and it seemed to be okay. I turned the air conditioning back on, and at times it was completely random whether it happened or not. Just like I say, just like a little knock, as though like something had gotten into the air conditioning unit and was being knocked around when the fans blew. So I mentioned it to Heidi before she left, and she said, okay, I'll keep an eye on it. And she said that on the way down, whether she had the air conditioning on or not, she could hear the little thud. So she took it to a, well, she inquired with a garage about getting it checked out, and they said that'll be an electronics diagnostics. That'll cost you 200 quid. That's 200 quid just to get it checked out. I hate this game. I can't do this one either. I need to be a bit further forwards.
Start.
Yeah, 200 quid just to get it checked out. So she told me about this. I was like, oh, great. Well, whatever. Short story is, when she comes home tomorrow with Alex, we got a brand new car. I say brand new car. It's still a second-hand car, but it's much newer. The car's only a year old. Whereas our current car is 5 years old. Our current car was really cheap for what we got it for, but it was an X hire car. So whilst it was in really good condition, like no damage, no issues at all. It had got loads of it had way more miles on it than you'd expect from a normal car. Oh, hey Meryl, I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, I can't remember exactly what it had on the clock already, but it was an excessive amount of mileage on it already. I mean, normally I'd finish in the next 5 minutes, but I'm working from home. No one else is in the house. So I don't need to be up to get Alex up in the morning. So as long as I'm up before 9 o'clock, usually I'm up at sort of 7:15 every day, which is why I finish the stream at midnight. But I don't need to be up until 9 o'clock tomorrow. So, yeah, I can go a little bit longer. Already got Big Boss this evening. It's Metal Gear Solid PC. It's a lot easier to do. But I just cannot get anywhere with a second run. It wasn't a PB. Mainly because I screwed up the heating the PAL key. Like a sleepover. We're getting the butt shot. We've been perfecting the butt shot. There it is. That's a real close-up of Snake's butt. Thanks. I say, PC version, it's nowhere near as difficult. It's just I can't get past... Can't get through the tank hangar again now. I hate the tank hangar. Oops. That shouldn't be a problem. I'll just wait here.
Surveillance camera?
Stun grenades. That is really tight, actually. So yeah, with it being an X hire car, having so many miles on it, we knew that meant that it wasn't going to be like you don't really have a forever car. Like a house, you don't really have a forever car. You might have a forever house, but you never have a forever car. But you'd expect, sometimes you'll get a car and it'll last you a couple of years and then you'll move on. But sometimes you'll get a car that lasts you a good 5 or 6 years. Heidi's old car, before we got the car that we've got now, her old Corsa, she'd had that for about 10 years. Just because we couldn't afford to do anything different. But it got to the point where it was, it was costing more to maintain it, and we needed something bigger because of Alex. But yeah, we've only had the car that we had. Oh, come on, that time I was too early. Yeah, so ours was a 2010 model, so a 70 plate.
Start.
So yeah,
it is already. Sorry, not 2010. 2020 model. So our car is already 5 years old. As I say, just because it was an ex hire car, it had an excessive number of mileage on it. So we knew it wasn't going to last forever until we started needing to to do more stuff with it. Before we started needing to maintain it. But we were hoping it was going to last a little bit longer than a year and a half. We got it last December. So not December. Sorry, not the December that we just had. The year before we got it then. Did we? Yeah, I think we did. Yeah, we haven't. Yeah, because otherwise we'd have only had it 6 months. No, we've had it a year and a half. Preference of color, not particularly. My old car, as of like 5 p.m. today, my old car was black. I'm not actually a big fan of black cars because they get mucky very easily. Any muck shows up as dark. On the flip side, I don't like white cars because they also get mucky very, very easily. I do tend to prefer like blue. I don't think I've ever had a green car. My family car, when growing up, our family cars were usually silver. We did have a red one at one point, and that was really nice. It's a flame red. That was nice. The new car that we've got is orange, which I've never had an orange car before. It's a nice orange. It's not. I think it's kind of a metallic orange. And it's quite nice. But also it's the first time in a very long time that we haven't had a Vauxhall, or for anyone in Europe and America, an Opel. If you know what an Opel is in the UK, they're called Vauxhalls. Don't ask me why, I don't know. In the UK, they're called Vauxhalls. So we've had a Vauxhall Crossland for a year and a half. It's been a good car. It's much bigger than the Corsa that we had. And yeah, before that, Heidi had a Corsa. Before that, she had another Corsa. I had a Corsa at one point. But there was a very short period of time before I got my Corsa. I did have a Ford Focus. I loved that car. I do really like Fords. Ford Fiesta, Ford Focus. I love those cars. But it was like the one I bought was like 500 quid. I knew it wasn't going to last very long, and it didn't. It went in for an MOT. It failed, and they were going to charge me like £1,000 to like get whatever needed fixing with it. And I was going to do it, and then I spoke to Heidi and I spoke to like some other people, and they all said, "Nick, don't do this. Go and get yourself a new car. You're throwing good money after bad." So I did, and that's kind of what Heidi started looking at it and realised 200 quid to fix, 200 quid just to get the diagnostics. She was then warned that hey Grumpy Cat. She was then warned that if it is an electronics issue, it would probably cost $1,000 to fix. And at that point, she was like, that's potentially £1,200 already for a car that we've had for a month, for 18 months. Knew that it wasn't going to be anything that lasted forever because it had so many mileage on it. So it was kind of due to start going, start having problems and wear and tear. And so she just started having a look to see, what's out there. So the new car that she's now got is an MG. That's as much as I can. It's an orange MG, 1.0 litre engine, petrol, automatic, which I have only ever driven like an automatic once. I've never owned an automatic, so this is going to be weird. There's going to take some getting used to. I'll see if I can find the. She did send me pictures of it and other stuff. I'll try and find it, but obviously we are going through. Minimal install is weird. Oh.
Base, send backup.
Alert! Incoming raid from Lil Broccoli's MGS with 10 raiders.
Libricolis, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We are on runs of Metal Gear Solid 1, the PC port from the year 2000. So using things like minimal install, GME. Sorry, it had to stop there because I needed to step count. And we have now got past the tank hangar, so we're actually on for a run. This is very, very good timing for a raid. I have spent the last hour probably doing dock and tank hangar over and over and over again because I kept failing it. So yes, you have joined at a very, very good time. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Today, this is my first time in 4 years returning to Metal Gear Solid 1 PC. Where? Oh, he's already gone. Shit, he's already gone to the toilet. So I'm not thinking. Snake, get under the bed. We should be okay. First time in 4 years returning to this exact category. Wait for Johnny. Cool, we're good. That's a deliberate thing. We go under the bed and cause Johnny to do that. It speeds up Johnny's patrol significantly. Oh, Damp House has literally just bought an automatic MG. First automatic, and it's bloody delightful. See if I can find the 2024, it's 1 year old MG ZF. If that means anything to anyone, I don't know MGs. As I say, I've had Vauxhalls and Fords most of my life, so it doesn't mean a lot to me. But that's my new car. And driving manual's not hard. I mean, I've been driving manual ever since I was oh, wrong button. I've been driving manual ever since I was 17. I've been driving manual cars for nearly 20 years. Can't seem to break through mountains without an alert. Did some practice, but I've some adulting I need to do. Thanks, dude. Congrats. You can break 114 again. I believe in you. But thank you very much for the raid. You have a good rest. Or good luck with your adulting.
My clothes.
Yeah, I do think I'm gonna miss having a manual. I do like having the control with a manual, but the deal that Heidi got was very, very good. She has got it on finance, but we've used our current car as as most of the deposit. She does get some cash back, which is nice. That's going to sort of help us a little bit. And monthly payments are manageable, particularly when Alex goes back to nursery in September, he will be 2. And as a result of now being 2, we get more help from the government for his nursery fees. Driving age in the UK is 17. You can start learning to drive and you can get your learner's permit at 17. Whereas I know in the US it's 16 and it varies in lots of other places. Thanks, dude. No, it's always been... Oh, Alice, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Very kind of you.
Lil Broccoli's MGS, who has cheered 100 bits. Show love 100.
Thanks, dude. No, it's certainly not in my lifetime. It's not been 16 in the UK. You have to be 6. I think it's 16 to buy a lottery ticket. Yeah. Yeah, but in the like on the flip side, in the UK, we can start drinking at 18, whereas you have to wait until you're 21. I do. Yes, you can. I'm pretty sure you can drive an electric scooter, like a moped or not a proper motorbike, but yeah, like a scooter type motorbike at 16. Yeah, I think that is true. Right, I'm just gonna concentrate on the armory here. Throw that guard. Don't get spotted by that guard. It's okay that I stalled there because we've got time to kill anyway. Grab the PSG-1. Move back. Stand up. We have to wait for this guard here anyway. Get to there, and then we can go past him. All good. Oh, and a fast elevator as well. That's nice. Oh, Christ. I finally got that to work, and I didn't realize quite how far out of the room Snake goes. So this run is... This is the original PC port of Metal Gear Solid 1. So this was released in the year 2000. And it is a very, very bad port of Metal Gear Solid 1. Some of the things that it adds that it should never have added, the main thing is weapon hotkeys. So you can use the 1 to 0 keys across the top of the keyboard to equip any weapon. You will not see me through this run open the weapon menu at any time because I actually don't have it mapped to my controller. That guard should turn around. It does. I actually have R2 mapped to the number 8 on my keyboard so that I can quickly equip stun grenades with it. And those weapon hotkeys, I forgot to bloody... I need to work out how you then like turn around. Those weapon hotkeys give us access to 2 tricks that are exclusive to this version. One is called Swim, which is this, where you don't need to hold a direction to move. You just swap between 2 weapons infinitely. The other one is called GME, where you interrupt the animation of Snake equipping the PSG-1 to go out of bounds, as I have just shown here. Oh, I'm still too far over to the right. So we're going to do that again here. There we go. Right, I'm going to... now it's time for the boba skip, which previous attempt at this run was really, really bad. So no, you can... by consistently swapping between 2 weapons, you can have Snake continually move forwards, and that allows for some useful tricks and skips as well. Both first stun grenade here, The first sort of major one you're going to see shortly is fighting Sniper Wolf. Right, come on, baby skip. Be nice to me this time, please. Nope. Nope. I remember to swap to chaff grenades. Oh god. Say it's over. Fuck's sake, fucking Boba Skip. Oh my god.
Reset.
Now, finally, when I'm starting to do well and get past the bits that I'm screwing up, Boba Skip is completely failing me. Let me show you. Let me show you this then. So this is Wolf 2. Oh, I've completely miscounted my steps there. So with a combination of GME and swim, which I can't do on this save file because it doesn't have any bloody chaff grenades. There we go. Should be able to do it like this. It's a bit awkward, yeah. There we go. So with the combination of swim and yeah, I'd say it helps if I've got a save that's got stun grenades on it. The thing that makes, I was about to say, I think there's claymores in that. The thing that makes swim so powerful is the fact that it can be used whilst you don't have control of Snake. So any in-game scenes, so not cutscenes, any in-game scenes where you lose control of Snake, you can use GME to keep moving. A great example of this is, you would have seen it a couple of minutes ago, is when you leave prison and you grab your equipment. Once you've grabbed that equipment box, Snake stops, the game takes over and moves Snake around the back of the panel to put the back of the torture device to put his clothes on and then run back out. If you use swim, so keep swapping weapons as you run into your pack of equipment, there is a brief moment where, because Snake's supposed to stop, wait, turn around, and in that time frame, if you keep swimming, you can run into the door and out of it, through the into the door loading zone, and skip that section. And that's why swim is so powerful. You used to be able to skip Sniper Wolf 2 without it. There used to be a trick called the worm, where you would do this. I've failed it now, but so this used to be called the worm. The war's changed. So you can see that by swapping between these two weapons and interrupting the PSG-1 animation, Snake is slowly moving forwards, and that's what we used to do to beat Wolf. Because whilst in this state, whilst in GME, for this one you use GME 1, which is not that. That's GME 1. Whilst in this state, Snake is invincible. He cannot be killed. So Wolf can't shoot. So when you hit the invisible trigger, because you've moved too far forwards and Wolf shoots you, she doesn't, because she can't shoot you. You're invincible. However, there is an invisible wall that stops Snake from moving forwards. That invisible wall doesn't stop you from swimming through it or from worming through it. Worming is a little awkward. You have to, the timing has to be, because if you do it too quickly, you'll just go backwards. This is what we used to do. Back in there. This run is significantly faster than the Master Collection, because the other massive difference with this run, as I will show you here, again, we'll use Wall 2 as an example. That's the lean. So yeah. No, Master Collection's not, because it's a completely different category. And there you go. Cutscene skipped. There you go. That's how we used to do it. So yeah, it's a completely different category for the Master Collection and console and emulator. It is its own category because of this. This one used to be more popular. It's a hell of a lot easier because, as I say, being in GME, you are invincible. You can't be killed. So like Rex is a piece of piss. Raven is a piece of piss. The only boss fight in the run that is actually, well, in an any percent run, the only boss fight in an any percent run that you actually have to do properly is Liquid, as in the Liquid fist fight. There's no getting around that. If you call the escape, shooting Liquid from the Jeep, if you call that a boss fight, then that's also a boss fight you have to do normally. But yeah, we skip all of the other fights in an any percent run. We skip Sniper Wolf 2 because we do the thing. Any percent, particularly on PC, is kind of boring after a while because like half of the run is the Palkey section. Not much else happens in the run. It's really just the Palkey section. But it is very interesting. Minimum install has reduced it even further. And there's lots of other cool little skips. JN's recently discovered a new skip, which if done perfectly can save up to 3 seconds. Can save up to 6 seconds across the run. It's very tricky. And at the moment, I'm not putting it into runs because I'm not actually saving time with it. I'm losing time trying to do it. But I'll show it off. But rather than I will do another attempt. But taking a break from attempts just to show this is pretty cool. So it can be done twice. So here's me putting in the blue Palkey. Swim there would normally stop Snake from moving there. And what we do is we use GME, come back into here, keep moving over to the right. Eventually Snake will drop out into the rest of the room, out of bounds. Go all the way over to the other side of the room. Then to here, turn around, first person, line it up. I think that's about right. Yep, there we go. And we're through to the other side. As I say, if you can do that really smoothly, that can save up to 3 seconds. That wasn't smooth enough. And you can do this twice. You do this after putting in the normal Palkey and after putting in the frozen Palkey. Originally, they thought it was going to be 9 seconds because they thought you'd be able to do it after you lose the Palkey to get down to the rat, but you can't. So insert yellow Palkey. We'll do that here as well. So run up, insert the Palkey. You'd usually swim there to stop Snake from standing still. GME to skip triggers. Crouch, go into a prone position just so that we get the camera control back, because in normal GME, in GME 2, you actually lose control of the camera. Up to here. Go into first person, edge forwards to the perfect spot. Slightly too far forwards. This is the bit that's tricky. No, that should be it. There we go. Now the other side. As I say, if done perfectly without losing any time, it can save 3 seconds, but it's tricky to get exactly right. This might actually be a case where you want to you want to play without music so you can hear Snake's steps better. But yeah, that's a really cool new find. And these kind of things are still being found. It's crazy that these kind of things are still being found in Metal Gear Solid 1 after 25 years. This game is 25 years old and we're still finding this crazy shit. It's amazing. And just one PC VE is an even crazier speedrun because we are allowed to use the area reloader. A run I am going to come back to. I used to be like the go-to person for the run because I was kind of instrumental in routing the new area reloader within it and found a couple of skips and glitches myself with it that were really cool. And I have been the world record holder of that category a couple of times. I am still current. I don't know why no one's tried to take it away from me yet, but I am still currently the world record holder for very easy on console. No one has, and that run wasn't perfect. Just no one's gone and done it, which is weird. All right, let's try this one more time. But yeah, on the Master Collection, the Master Collection on the easiest difficulties, so very easy and easy, you're looking at around an hour. PC very easy can be beaten in about 25 minutes. Is that with the extra? Because I remember you saying that there was a different way that you could do it, but that different way was a bit riskier and not as consistent. Yeah. I've got 1 minute. Could I run downstairs and grab another drink? I probably shouldn't because I shouldn't be having more caffeine if I'm going to be going to bed in the next sort of half an hour, 45 minutes. There you go. That's a picture of my new car. See, I wasn't expecting that this week. I wasn't expecting when I saw Heidi and Alex drive away on Monday that was the last time I was going to see that car. I've got to say, I've still got the V5C and a spare key for the old car, so I've got to send those to the garage that we sold them to. The other weird thing is the garage that we bought, we bought our old car. We bought it from a car. I think it was called Car Store. It was one of these, sort of cheapy. Oh yeah, we buy and sell cars cheaper than the average rate or whatever. They've gone under. They don't exist anymore. It was only a year and a half ago, and they're already out of business. So unfortunately, trying to get because Heidi was trying to look into, we got certain perks and stuff with to cover warranty and stuff like that. But because they've gone out of business, there's not really a lot we can do. I know the places she's bought this one from now is kind of a similar company, another sort of pop up. Not necessarily pop-up, but it's it's not been bought from an MG garage, for example. It's been bought from a car company that is just in the business of buying and selling used cars. So yeah, it's kind of weird that that company's already gone out of business. He's talking so much. He can almost sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star all the way through. He's getting good with numbers. He can identify some of the numbers from 1 to 10. He can't count from 1 to 10 on his own. But he can 4, 8, and 9 he's very good with. He just know, and 1 and 2 he tends to be quite good with. But you couldn't tell him to count from 1 to 10. He can't do that yet. Alphabet he can say all the way up to J, I think. But not really on command. You can't really say, Alex, you know, can you count to 10? You kind of just have to let him get on with it and do it when he's ready.
What was that noise?
Much better. Beautiful. That is how that version of the tank hanger should go. Oh, I forgot to. I keep forgetting to. He doesn't swear very often now. Cool. Even through listening to Alex say bitch, I still managed to step count. But yes, for those unaware, that is a real video and real audio of Alex. But that is him trying to say beans. He loves beans. Beans are one of his favorite foods. But he couldn't say beans, and he get whatever it was he said sounded more like bitch. He was like beans, beans, but it came out as bitch, bitch. We occasionally hear odd other words, but he loves bitch slash beans. Yeah, his number one thing is books. He absolutely loves books and loves having books read to him. Like, he'll just pick up a book, run up to you, and he'll just be like, "Daddy, read book." I was like, "Okay, read book." And then you read him a different book, and then you're wanting to read the first book again, and then the second book again, and then the third, and then the first book again. Like, I last week before he went away, I must have read there's a book called Frog's Day Out. I must have read that book to him about six to 10 times every day. And it's great. It's great and he's starting to follow along and try and read and stuff. Like he's got a book of words and pictures, like flower and you know, boats, car, hat, and he's for like 90% of them. Yeah, he just reads them and says what they are. The book says Alexander on it, so he says Alexander. And it's just an absolute joy conversing with him. The other thing he is getting good at now is instructions. I can give him an instruction and he'll go and do it, which I'm really surprised about. I'm really surprised that he's that attentive this early. You know, like for example, like I'll take him into the living room. I'll take his shoes off for him, and then I'll say, "Alex, you go put your shoes in the hall." You know, pick up his shoes, walk round to the front door where all of our shoes go, put his shoes down, and come back. And just the fact that he's already that attentive, and you know, it's so good. It's easy to do a speedrun on Master Collection on PlayStation. Master Collection is more easily available. Both are, I mean, as far as the difficulty of the speedrun is concerned, they're both the same. It's the same version of the game. So there's no difference. The only thing that's different with Metal Gear Solid 1 is this, the PC port from the year 2000. This is significantly easier. It's just a bit of a pain to get set up in the first place. It is magical. I've said for a very, very long time, and I will continue to say, having Alex is the best thing that has ever happened to me in my life. And I went to SGDQ in 2023. No, you know, so I have as much as I've not always been happy with life. Work in particular is the one area of my life that has never been, you know, particularly fantastic. But I have had some really good things happen. You know, I went to university and had an absolute blast. I met the love of my life, married her. I won a PC. I have a very enjoyable speedrunning and streaming career. The Boba Skip happened, and that kind of elevated me quite a bit for a little while. You know, all of these things have been fantastic, but none of them, not a single one of them, and you know, marrying Heidi is obviously a very, very close second. But it just none of it pales in comparison to having Alex. It is the best thing. I love it. I can't imagine my life without it now. And I've only been a dad for nearly 2 years. Coming up to Alex's in October, Alex will be 2 years old, and it feels weird to think it's only been 2 years that I've been a dad, because it feels like it should have been so much longer by now. Don't think I've got it. Oh no, I did. Nice! I sort of managed the turn. We've talked about it. We'd certainly like to, because we want Alex to have a little brother or sister. Both Heidi and I have brothers and have brothers. I have a younger brother who is 19 months younger than I am. I am the older brother. He's the younger brother. Heidi, on the flip side, has got 2 older brothers. She is the youngest of 3. Neither of us have a sister. We're only brothers. And as a result, both of us, from different angles, both absolutely see the importance of siblings. You know, I love my brother to bits. Don't always like him. We're very different people. Growing up, we were very close. As we've grown up, we've grown further apart. But you know, I particularly as children, having a younger brother, having an ally and a compadre, someone to, you know, to be on my side against the parents. Sometimes you need that. Alex, keep forgetting to try this. Alex is very fond of Eli. For those who don't know, Eli is my cat. You'll see Eli's face on the stream in various places. Oh, I need step count. So Alex is very fond of Eli, but Eli does not like Alex. There he is. Whoops, accidentally threw a chaff grenade. That's nice. Right, come on, Boba Escape. You've been really mean to me the last 2 times. It'd be nice to have, can I have a bit of a redemption, please? Come on. Be nice. Huzzah! We're through! I am living the best life ever because I beat the video game. I am living the best life ever because I am out of the stairwell of shame. I am the best at video games. No, wrong. No! Stop going into... Oh my god. Stop going into GME 2. No. Oh my god. Keyboard inputs just keep lagging. There's a big difference between GME 1 and GME 2. With GME 2, you can do this. But sometimes you don't want to be in GME 2. So in GME 1... So in GME 1, I'm invincible, but I don't skip triggers. And that's the important thing. Okay, I'm not quite sure where I've got all of that time saved from, but... there's a... something... like double split or something there. So we've gone into GME 1 there, so I'm invincible, so I can't get shot by this camera. I needed to go into first person very briefly, just to skip... just to be able to interact with that button again. In GME, you can't interact with buttons, ladders, anything that you use the action button for. There's two ways of breaking out of it. You either go into a prone position, or you quickly go into first person. Now I'm in GME 2. The difference between GME 1 and GME 2 is if you interrupt the animation of going into the PSG 1 and you're in a standing position, that's GME 1. If you do it and you are in a crouching position, that's GME 2. In GME 2, you skip triggers. So we go into GME 2 here because it skips the codec call. But because you stop still, but because the elevator's still going down, you still go into the loading trigger for the next area, even though you skip triggers. I don't get. Right, I'm just going to concentrate on this fight. But no, to answer your question. Again, we go into GME. Two. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. That took one more grenade than normal. I think that was because the first grenade must have only done half damage because it mustn't have been close enough to him. Cool. Right, now that that's over, Tom, thank you very much for the gift sub to Libracollies. Sure, they will very much appreciate that. Zoom. How are we doing with everything? 1 alert, 6 kills, 0 of everything else. So we are very much still on Big Boss. And a gold spot. And we are 1 minute 20 seconds ahead. That's because the Big Boss run that I had earlier wasn't a PB. It didn't beat my live split times. My current live split PB, which isn't my actual PB, included a death to Raven. So that's why we're now 1 minute 20 ahead. Gotta be careful here because there's another opportunity where we could take an alert. I've got 1 spare alert. I'd rather not use it if I can help it. We're in a good position here. Cool. Think I'm in GME 2 here though, is the only thing. Yes, I am. Okay, that was awkward. So again, this is because GME just doesn't seem to be the button prompts are not reacting very well. I used to be able to just do a very quick flick, and I go into JME1, and it's just not doing it. Yeah, that I reset the camera by crawling. Don't think they're... No. So here, because we have... there he is. There we go. This is going to be much quicker. Because we... Come on. Because we have less than 11 alerts, that rat ate the power key and we have to go and get it. The rat has RNG. Ideally, the best RNG or God rat is where he's just down there. If you've watched me do a twin snakes run, the rat is always in the same position. There's no RNG at all. But in Metal Gear Solid, the original Metal Gear Solid, what we're playing right now, the rat can be in one of 3 locations, and he moves around if you're too slow. So I got quite lucky that it was in the second location straight away. Ideally, we want him in the same position he'd be in on Twin Snakes, but alas. Here, we do not want to get spotted by the camera, so we do move. Oh, helps if I have the power key equipped. Made a little bit of a mess of that, but we're okay. We're quite well ahead on time, so crawl up there. This is how we get past this guy. We need to skate so that he doesn't hear us. How close did I get on Keratons? I think I got down to something like 3 continues. I think that was my best. I've been trying to improve the world record on very easy as well. I actually did a run last night offline, and it was going really well. But then I messed up something. I can't remember exactly what it was I messed up. And then I missed the frog on the runway where you're shooting the Shagahod to try and like get its health down. I missed that frog and lost a huge amount of time. In the end, I think I was like 13 seconds behind because I'd made up so much time elsewhere. And I actually, on the fly, slightly rerouted the end. If you know very easy Keratons, you'll know that the end produces an RNG moment where after you've shot him a couple of times up on his little ledge, he either goes left or right. If he goes left and he goes into Sacramento West... Yes, Sacramento West. I always get East and West mixed up. If he goes into Sacramento West, you've got a fast end because when he goes in there, he's always in the same position. So you go shoot the frog that's in there and then shoot him once, ideally, and he's down. If he goes right after you shoot him, he goes into Sacramento North, and you have a slow end. What I used to do is I used to shoot the frog in Sacramento South, follow him into North, find him, finish him off. He could be in... There's several locations he could be in. You just have to keep looking and try and work it out. Finish him, and then backtrack for the Sacramento West frog. But what I did this time is I decided to employ the European Extreme tactic. When he went right, instead of following him right, I went left. I went into Sacramento West. I picked up the smoke grenades just before the pain. Anyway, I hadn't planned to do it, but I picked up the smoke grenades just before the pain, equipped them, and did the same strat. For some reason, he still shot me. I don't know if I was too slow with the smoke grenade or I stood in the wrong place, but he still shot me. But luckily, it was very easy, so I still had loads of stamina, so it wasn't a problem. I just got up, worked out where he was, and shot him back. I can't remember where. I can't remember, but I just know that there's still bits of it that I'm screwing up. For those who've not seen a Metal Gear Solid 1 speedrun before, that technique is called skating. It is gold. Unfortunately, I don't have my old splits, so the splits that I'm working off today were blank at the start of today's stream. So, and this is only my this is the third time this evening that I've actually gotten this far into the run. So we're only I'm only racing against 2 previous sets of splits. There's still loads of gold splits to be had. But this is good. As long as I don't die, and I shouldn't do, I've still got 1 spare alert. Should I need it? I can still use a ration. I might do that, just to be on the safe side. Literally, just as I say, I might use a ration to be on the safe side. For fuck's sake, we're still in PB territory. I'm still going. Fuck big boss rank. We're still on PB pace. Jesus Christ, Nick, what the? That also scared the shit out of me. I say I'm still on PB pace. It's worth remembering that 4033 that you see on here isn't my PB. I should have just used that. I know. I don't know why I don't know why I ran straight down. And B, I just talked about the fact that I should probably use that ration just to be on the safe side. If I'd done exactly what I just said, then yeah, brain fart. If I'd done exactly what I just said, then I'd have taken the shot, but I wouldn't have died, and we'd still be on big boss rank. Bloody Jimmy too. Unfortunately, yeah. It is late. It's 10 to 1 in the morning for me now. This not being able to go into GME 1 is... It should be so much quicker than that. But Snake seems to be delaying that changing. You can see the weapon check. You can see the weapon in the bottom right changing. But Snake doesn't seem to be changing it that quickly. I don't know what this is. Unless it's because it's the GOG version, but I don't remember the GOG version being this much of a problem either. Alright, so we do the B-Man backtrack. I'd actually been working on this. We have to press on the keyboard. There isn't another option. So we've been working on this because I needed to avoid getting an alert from this guy. So we figured out to do this. Luckily, you got plenty of time in here, and we've got plenty of kills still available to us. We go out, come back in, GME 2. That allows us to drop down here, grab all of this stuff. The advantage of doing this means that we don't have to go through. We don't have to go through the steam room. And going through the steam room, every time you go in or out of it, natively no. Out of the box, or if you just install the game. Oh shit! I'm gonna get ready to go. Shit. Oh, I realised when I got a gold split there. I realised, oh crap! Did I leave too early? Yes. As I say, natively out of the box, it doesn't have 360 analog control. However, if you use the MGSI launcher, there are patches available. One of those patches includes being able to have 360 analog control. And that is because when B-Man looked into the code for how the controls worked. So for those who don't know, normally with this game, whether you're using D-pad, arrow keys, keyboard, or God, every time No, Snake. There we go. Why is GME not working? I don't know about a 4K patch. I've not heard anything about that. There's one patch that I know isn't allowed. There's a patch. You know what? You're right about the keyboard. This time I'm using my controller. Unless I think I'm being too fast. I have no idea. Yeah, there seems to be more input delay than I remember. And I've just always found it more comfortable doing it on the keyboard, but for me, GME is left click in on the left stick, and then R2, either R2 or the PlayStation button. So yeah, I think I should just get used to doing that. Look how much time I've lost just through fucking about with GME not working properly. Now, I was nearly 2 minutes ahead. Now I've lost a good 11, 12 seconds. Yeah, I don't get it. I'll have to have a look, because I don't remember this being a thing. The only other thing I can think of is I'm playing the GOG version, and I was much more used to playing the Reddit Oxide version. I'll have to have a look and see if there, because I'm sure I remember reading something about keyboard having input delay, and there might be a fix for it. Well, it does seem like, unless something goes wrong, apart from that one really, really dumb death, this should still be Big Boss rank. Now's a good time for it. Wacky wacky, thank you. Oh, there was some clicks in my elbows there. Not that I'm aware of. No, there's nothing about band controllers or anything like that. Oh, what? Missed one shot there. That's another shot there. I think I've still got enough ammo. Yeah, you get plenty of ammo for that fight. Alright, liquids. As always, I will be muting my microphone so I can't hear it. So I can't hear the game, and I can concentrate on my rhythm. Oh, just lost it at the end. There we go. Little sketchy at the end there. But for the most part, that was really good. And a big time save, apparently. Oh yeah, because of course my the first run I did this evening, the first run I did this evening that ended up being a PB, Liquid still took like 3 attempts. This is gonna be really gonna piss me off now. One really dumb death has cost me Big Boss as a PB as well. Yeah, the fact that I'm gonna lose, this would have been Big Boss PB, not just Big Boss, not just PB, but both combined. It is weird. Minimum install is bizarre. And I still. Minimum install is weird, and personally, I still don't agree that it should be a thing, because it's not something you can just do with this game. You could never just do it. It always required some sort of patch or some kind of fix or something. And for me, that doesn't sit right with me. But it's a thing that is allowed, so I'm going to use it. I'm not going to not use something just because I disagree with it. I'm not going to put myself at a disadvantage over something like that. Yeah, it is just bizarre. I don't think saving time in a speedrun should be achieved by messing with in-game files to cut out dialogue. It should be down to glitches and tricks and stuff. By all means, if there's certain settings and stuff to speed things up, you know, if there's a settings in the options menu that you want to, you know, for example, in this we play in with software rendering and not hardware rendering because the loading times are better. That's fine. That's not the same thing. But deliberately going in and altering in-game files so that they don't play, to me is just, it's not in the spirit of speedrunning for me. But it's a thing. We're allowed to do it. I'm going to do it. There we go, we're done. As I said before, my actual PB for this category from 4 years ago is 39 minutes and 12 seconds. And I have just smashed that. $37.23, a time save of just under 2 minutes. Just under 2 minutes. But if it had not been for that one really dumb death to that camera, that would have been Big Boss as well. That would have been Big Boss PB. Question is, now it depends how much time I lost to that death. According to speedrun.com, so take this however you want to take it, because the top Big Boss run on speedrun.com in 8th position is Metal Glen Solid with 36.55. That is not far off what I've got. Now, there were a couple of dumb time losses where like GME kept playing up. And you're probably right, about 10 seconds was probably lost to that death. So just slight fixes, like Raven could have been it took one extra grenade to kill Raven. I lost a little bit of time on Rex. a couple of other times, like Wolf 2 again, because GME seems to be playing up. Didn't work very well for me. So I think if I can get Big Boss and improve on this time, I think I could get the best. This is how I'm gonna word it. I think I could get the best Big Boss rank on the leaderboard. It's not to say it is the Big Boss world record, because I imagine there are other runners on the, because as I say, the top Big Boss rank is 8th position on the leaderboard. I imagine there are runners in the top 7 who do already have faster Big Boss runs. It's just they've never uploaded them to the leaderboards because they have faster Eagle runs to upload. So I imagine people have beaten Metal Glen. I don't think Metal Glen's Big Boss run is the Big Boss world record. It's just there isn't actually an official way of tracking that. And because Eagle is faster, people have uploaded their Eagle runs and not uploaded their other runs. When you were trying to get out of GME2, you didn't have to go into GME. Yeah, I keep fumbling and forgetting exactly what it is I'm supposed to be doing. I need to spend a little bit more time. I need to restart my computer and see if that makes a difference to like the keyboard. But if I can get used to going into GME with the controller, then that stops me having to take my hand off the controller and go into the keyboard. And clearly that works better. As I say, I'll also have a look and see if there was something about keyboards input delay. I'm sure I remember seeing something about there's a patch installer. So on the patch installer, there are 11 patches and 9 gameplay mods. I've installed all 11 patches because they are all allowed for speedrunning. You got the music patch, which fixes music being wrong. Numpad weapon hotkeys adds the numpad as valid keys to trigger weapon hotkeys. The num row still works. The only thing with that is it doesn't seem to have done that. It seems to have made the numpad use. It seems to have made the number pad use items instead. Uses an old lens as the official Big Boss world record, like the competition. That would be another thing. Native diagonal D-pad controls fixes diagonal inputs when D-pad point of view had to map to directions. That's a note. Yep, that's one that used to be the case where like if you didn't have this or you had to like work it out weirdly. I think it's you had to map the key. I think you had to map the analog stick to your D-pad as well, because you couldn't go diagonally with the D-pad. The D-pad would only let you go up, down, left, and right. This is why this game is shit. This port is awful. I think it was made in like 11 days by like 3 guys in a basement with no support from Konami whatsoever. It is so broken. Native analog controls adds full 360-degree analog controls using the first analog stick on the gamepad. You must map the directions in-game to the D-pad or this will not work. Yes, Konami didn't make this. Konami published it. It is official. I should point that out. This is an official port. This is not a fan port or anything like that. Konami hired a company, I can't remember what the name of the company is, to do a PC port of Metal Gear Solid 1. They gave them very little help. As the story goes, Konami did not give them original master recordings of any of the music. So the music in the original game was they had to find illegal pirated versions that had been uploaded online, and download them and put those in the game. That's why the music is broken in so many places, and there's a music patch to fix it. Disable mouse input, stops mouse movements from triggering in-game actions. Disable SW mode mouse capture, stops GOG versions stealing control of the mouse when clicking onto the game. This patch includes the disable mouse input patch. I have that. That helps. Yeah, they're awful. The worst one. The worst one was the blast furnace, where you actually heard the track skip and restart. because they couldn't get the whole track. So instead of having the nice loop that's naturally there, the music would just cut and then start again. Also, when you first enter Rex's lair and you have the when you first enter the lair, you get the zoom. You get that zoom, dun, dun, dun. Oh, that in the original PlayStation game, and because of the music patch, that zoom only happens when you first enter. Without the music patch, that happens every single time you go into a new area. Every single loading screen, when it starts up, zoom happens every time. Controller options UI fixes, rewords the button mappings in the control options menu, fixes a bug where trigger inputs on X input controllers are swapped around. I remember that. You used to have to put L2 and R2 in the wrong way round because they were the wrong way round. Select gamepad gives you an option in the launcher to select which gamepad you want to use. Gamepad in background, so you can unfocus the game and still play. Audio in background, continue to play audio when the game is unfocused. Fix the blank save bug, causes saves to appear and disappear in certain situations. So those are all the patches. And then the gameplay mods. I need to remove that one, actually. So the gameplay mods, weapon and cheat hotkeys together, allows the weapon hotkeys and cheat hotkeys to be used at the same time. That is actually very important. That is for use in very easy difficulty, because the whole reason why very easy difficulty didn't really use the area reloader in the way that it did was because if you had the cheats enabled, it disabled weapon hotkeys. This patch allows both to be used, therefore you're allowed to use the inbuilt area reloader rather than a blank save glitch. Number pad item hotkeys, that's where certain items get added to the number pad, which I didn't realize that's what that was, so I'm going to patch that now. Oh yeah, I can't do that because the game's currently open. No Psycho Mantis controller check disables the controller check that causes Mantis to dodge shots when using the gamepad. I believe that is allowed for speedrunning because we go around that anyway. In fact, I still have my controller's square button set to control. I do own the physical disc. The other gameplay mods, which I don't have installed because they're not illegal for speedrunning, are radar on all difficulty. So even hard and extreme have the radar. Radar in jamming. So in like the underground passage and stuff, you still get the radar. Radar in evasion. So when you're in evasion mode, you still get the radar. Alert %, where the game is locked into evasion at all times. Evasion mode, where you start each area in evasion. I think that first one's supposed to say alert. And fast elevator shuffle removes the artificial 5-second delay when taking an elevator. When you're in an elevator going up and down, the wait time for that is not a loading screen. It is an artificial 5-second delay. There is a gameplay mod to remove it. It is illegal for speedrunning. Yes, I do. Let's move over to the other. Let's move over to the big scene. So we say hello, hi. So I'm gonna close. I'm now gonna close Metal Gear Solid 1. So I'm not gonna upload. I'm not gonna upload that run. I want a big boss run to upload. So none of today's runs are going to be uploaded. The patch is required for runs. No, you don't have to have any of these patches, but it is very much suggested that you do. Certainly the patches. There's 11 patches and 9 gameplay mods. I would highly recommend every single one of the 11 patches because they are all massive quality of life fixes, which are very, very useful. If you want a more pure experience, certainly things like not having number pad weapon hotkeys, native analog controls, 360 analog control, that's not true to what the original release was. When I started saying this story, and I never finished explaining it, when B-Man looked into trying to see if he could include control 360 analog control, discovered it was there in the code. The game had it already. It just never got switched on. I believe he said that all he had to do in the game's code when he patched it is change one variable or like one boolean or something from false to true, a single number from 0 to 1, and then analog control worked. He didn't have to. He wishes. Yeah, he didn't have to do anything to add it. I think he expected to go into it and see if he could work out where controller options were and work out a method for creating a 360 controller option, but discovered it was already there. It just wasn't switched on. No, this is not the Master Collection that we're talking about. We're talking about the original PC port of Metal Gear Solid 1. I'll show you as the requests come in. I'm not listening to anything now, so I can take my headphones off. In this lovely cabinet, I have all of my Metal Gear stuff at the top here. If I can open the door without anything falling out. Red Eyes. I have a Red Eyes Funko that's about to fall out. I'll just lie it down. Yes, here we are. I have no idea. I mean, I got this years and years ago. Probably not on release, but I think it might be something my brother found for me. Yes, here it is. This is, gotta be careful with the light. This is the original. I've got the instruction manual. The one thing I don't have is these kind of games used to come in a cardboard box. Fortunately, I don't have the cardboard box anymore. Yes, this is the original retail copy of Metal Gear Solid on PC. It comes with 2 discs. Disc 1, in fact, I believe it was still the same. It was still two discs, 1 disc, 2 discs. I believe it's still the same. You still swapped the disc over at the same point between as you entered the blast furnace. Yeah, it's got still has Meryl's phone number on the back of the CD case. The CD case looks quite different. Still got some stickers on it. And then instruction manual as well. Which is a very nice instruction manual actually. Lots of detail. Enemy soldier movement, saving, loading, frequency lists, items, all the weapons. All characters. It's a very, very nice instruction manual. And you just don't get instruction manuals like this anymore. Yeah, I have no idea how much this would be worth. They are quite rare now. I'm sure there was something. Maybe it's on the Master Collection. I can't remember. I know there's something somewhere where like Meryl's phone number isn't in a screenshot. It like explains it on the box. There's like I think it is on the Master Collection where you read on it. It says the Meryl's codec number is this, because clearly it's not obvious anymore. Sure, that was a thing. I know. So I've got twins. I've got the Japanese version of Twin Snakes, but I think that has a screenshot. The one place where I know it does do this, and I say I don't think this is what I'm thinking of, is the board game. That's right. We're finally gonna talk about the board game again. I still haven't played it. I still haven't played this thing. Yes, this is the Metal Gear Solid board game. This was my Christmas present 2 years ago. and I only got it earlier this year. There is an unboxing video on my channel if you want to watch it, but I don't know the rules and I don't know the scenarios and stuff like that. But somewhere on the back of the box, yeah, here we go. On the back of the box, on the back of the box, underneath the barcode, you probably won't, because of my lighting, you probably won't be able to see it. There we go. You can see there's a little bit. You can see there's a little bit of text underneath the barcode there. You can't make out what it is because it's too blurry. But there's a bit of text underneath the barcode. And that text reads, unlock equipment card number 31. So that is clearly, as I say, I've not played it. I've not been through the missions or anything like that. But that is clearly going to be some reference to the fact that Snake has to look on the back of the box to find Meryl's codec call number. It has to be. One day I will actually play the damn thing. You can play it one player. In fact, the first few missions are one player only. If you play with more than one player, you both control Snake. Yeah, everyone has been waiting patiently. I do want to do it. I need to figure out a way of doing it because the space that I've got here in front of my like on my desk is not big enough. I need to work out how to do it. The other option is someone's probably. I have thought about speedrunning it, because you can speedrun board games. I have considered it, but I need a way of playing it of playing it and streaming it well. And my current setup just isn't suitable for it. Obviously, it's not been on my mind because lots of other speedrun stuff's happened. A lot of Speedrun Tours UK stuff. I'm now trying to learn how to build the GDQ tracker. And we're less than a month away from Delta. That's going to be a lot of fun. Someone's probably built it on Tabletop Simulator already, but I don't want to do that. I've got the game. I want to play it. The only thing I haven't got, unfortunately, it was advertised when Heidi bought it for me for Christmas. It was advertised as the pre-order integral version, which came with a comic book and a massive Metal Gear Rex model. Unfortunately, when the company that she bought it from then received their shipment from Japan, turned out it wasn't the integral version. So they said they sent it, but they sent an email to say, look, we're really sorry. We advertised this as the integral version, but what we've actually received is not. So you won't get those bits. And they said to every customer, you can either send it back, get a full refund, no questions asked, or we can give you a partial £10 refund and you can keep it. And she asked me, I was like, take the £10. I'm not sending this back. Because I can't imagine how much it must be now trying to get an integral version. So it was a bit disappointing. So it means instead of having a nice model of Metal Gear Rex, I just have a flat piece of cardboard with a picture of Rex on it. But still good. But yeah, overhead view. There's options. I need to get a little table in here. The problem is I need to move all of my cameras around. Well, I can do stuff with my phone cameras. I do actually have my phone camera set up on here to use. In fact, I should be able to just use it. I would if it had retained any. If Windows would ever retain the fact that I've got it. I did have another one called Droid Cam at one point, and I had a program to use that with. So I would like to do something, but I need to figure out like the best way of doing it. I could 3D print. My dad's got a 3D printer. So that could potentially be an option. Just having a quick. I'm just having another quick look at the integral launcher to see if I can see anything about. I'm sure I remember seeing something about keyboard inputs being delayed. Can't remember what it was. I don't think it'd be a core issue. I do need to update it to say that this is what core I'm using. So I will do that. I'm sure I remember. There isn't any. Let me check the initial setup wizard. As long as it doesn't change anything. There's a custom internal resolution option, which allows you to set the game's graphics rendering resolution. You can play in true widescreen at any aspect ratio you like. The only thing is that I believe that has to be done in hardware mode, and you don't want to do that. You don't want to play in hardware mode. Do I own any NTSC copies? I do not. I don't think so anyway. No, every single version, every single Metal Gear Solid version I own is a PAL version. I'm still missing quite a few games. I did go into a CEX recently, and they had a copy of Peace Walker, which I don't have. And actually, well, I have the Xbox 360 version of Peace Walker, and I have a digital PS3 version of Peace Walker. But I don't actually have the original PSP version of Peace Walker. I believe it. If you don't count the graphic novels, it's the only Metal Gear PSP game I don't have. I've got both Acids, and I've got Portable Ops and Portable Ops Plus. I don't actually have Peace Walker. Just this thing here, this little white thing here. That is I don't have Ghost Babel in a box. It never came with it. Again, this my brother found it. He found it in a shop. I think it only cost him $10 at the time, and he bought it for me. So yeah, I do have a PAL version of Ghost Babel, because it's PAL. It's just Metal Gear Solid. It's not called Ghost Babel in Europe. It's just called Metal Gear Solid. Peace Walker. I'm not sure if I'd still say Peace Walker is my least favorite. I struggled with Peace Walker when I first played it, and that's because I played the Xbox 360 version. I was playing it on my 360 at a time where I'd kind of gotten into playing on my PC more, so I wasn't playing on my Xbox 360 that much anyway. So I was only going back to my 360 to play that, and I just didn't get into it very well. And the main reason for that is because Peace Walker was designed to be played on the go. It wasn't designed to be sat down and played on a console. And changing that up, playing it on the go is much better. And as a result, I finally streamed. So before I started speedrunning Metal Gear Solid, all games in the series, I used to stream Dead by Daylight. That was my main thing that I used to stream before I was a speedrunner. But I decided, my mate of mine suggested, you're a big Metal Gear Solid fan. Why don't you stream a playthrough of the whole Metal Gear series? People would love it. It's like, okay, that sounds like a good idea. So I for some reason, decided to play in chronological order. And so I did. I played through and streamed a casual playthrough of every Metal Gear Solid game. All canon games. They were all canon games. However, there was a donation incentive, like a Bitpoint donate incentive, to add non-canon games to the series. Only one person ever redeemed it twice, and that meant I had to play through Survive, and I had to play Rising Revengeance. Rising Revengeance I'd already played. I was quite happy with. Survive, it was my first playthrough, and it was rough. Very, very rough. In hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed it. Right, my viewer count dropped after quite a few. I got to a point with Survive where, in between streams, I was playing it to grind out materials and stuff, so that I was ready to do the next mission at the next next stream because otherwise it was just going to take far too long. So that run through was the first time. That run through was the first time I ever actually beat Peace Walker. I tried to play it a couple of times before, but because I was streaming it, I forced myself to play it, and that was the first time I ever actually beat Peace Walker. And yeah, as I say, at the time I didn't really enjoy it because it just didn't feel right. The very slow pacing, lots of loading times, lots of downtime. That all changed when I got my Vita. Installed Peace Walker onto it, installed the patch. There is a Vita patch for Peace Walker, which allows you to use the right analog stick to control the camera. It's a little bit awkward, but it does work. And then got into, when I've got my Vita, twice a week I commute into London. So I have about a 50-minute train journey. So I played Peace Walker on my Vita on the train and absolutely loved it. Loved the experience because it was small, bite-sized missions that were ideal for on the go. And I felt like, also because I felt like I could pick it up and play it a lot quicker and a lot easier, I knew where I'd left off. I knew what I'd done. I knew where I was doing at any sort of moment. And you could just, you just turn it off and then pick it up exactly where you left off. You can do that more with consoles these days, but back then you couldn't. You had to get to a save point, save it, shut it down, boot it back up. But the PSP and the Vita allow you to just pick up where you left off, and it was so much better and so much easier. So if you are gonna play Peace Walker, and you have, it's good. It's great on a PSP. You can play it on a PSP, but it's so much better on a Vita. It loads better. It looks better. And you can use the right analog stick patch. Snake Eater 3D does have a physical version. I don't have it. I have played Snake Eater 3D. I've speedrun Snake Eater 3D. It's not very good. But yes, there is a physical version of it. It's very expensive. Metal Gear games tend to be quite expensive. But yeah, I would like to give the Peace Walker speedrun a go at some point. I still think Peace Walker is still down there as one of my least favorites. I said I loved it when I finally got round to it. But that still doesn't mean it's up there. I'd still rank it low because it's a very different style of game. The only thing is when you do finally get into it, you really do see how Peace Walker bridges the gap. Not just in story, but also in controls. Like, I really don't think Ground Zeroes would have been quite the way it was if it hadn't been for Peace Walker first, because so much of Peace Walker transferred into Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain. Yeah, I don't own a physical copy of Peace Walker. I don't own physical copies of, if you don't include the fact that they're bundled in with like Subsistence, I don't own original physical copies of Metal Gear or Metal Gear 2. In the UK, like, I don't know if you could get an MSX copy of Metal Gear. There are NES copies of Metal Gear, which I don't have. It'd be great to get one, but again, expensive. But I do have Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence on disc, so technically I do have a physical version of those. I don't have a physical version of Phantom Pain. Because I only have Phantom Pain on PC. I don't have a physical version of Survive, but I don't even think... Well, no, there were physical versions of Survive, but again, not for PC. I do have a physical version of Ground Zeroes, because I've got the PS3 version of Ground Zeroes, because I got that just before I got into PC gaming. I think I've got everything else. I've got Substance and Sons of Liberty. I've got Subsistence and Snake Eater. I've got 2 copies of Snake Eater, actually, because I found one in a really weird sleeve that I'd never seen before, so I just bought it. It was only about $5, I think. I've got MGS4. I don't have like the Legacy collection. I don't actually have the Master collection in physical, because again, I play PC. And you don't get physical PC games. I don't have an English copy of Twin Snakes. I only have a Japanese copy. Can't think of any other like main games in the series that I'm missing. It was surprisingly good on PS3. I really enjoyed it. I've got it on I've got it digitally on 360 as well. Well, no, sorry, I've got it digitally on Xbox Series, Xbox One. I think it came out on. So because I've got a Series S, I can play it on. I can play the Xbox One version on my Series S. And that works very nicely. I love a GameCube PAL version of Twin Snakes, but they are like 80, 90 quid. It's ridiculous. I've got Rising on 360. I've also got it on PC. I've got Metal Gear Solid 1. I've got Special Missions. I think that's everything. The only other thing that I can really think of is there were 2 graphic novels for the PSP, the Bande Dessinée series, I think they're called in French. They are available in the bonus pack of the Master Collection. I think I've installed one of them on my Vita. I think I started watching it at some point. I can't check because my Vita's out of battery and I haven't charged it. I haven't used my Vita in ages. I've been playing on my phone at the moment. Playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. It's been really good. Before that, I played Death's Door. That was also really good. Death's Door was great. Really enjoyed that. Yeah, as I say, apart from sort of, Metal Gear 1 and 2, like original versions, and Peace Walker, I kind of have the collection. It's only I have pre-ordered Delta. I have now pre-ordered Delta. And if you would like to pre-order Delta, I'll do my stupid sellout plug again, because why not? Because I got asked about it. If you're in the UK or Europe and you haven't yet pre-ordered Delta, and you'd like to get it a lot cheaper than you can find it on than you can get it on Steam, then you can get it from CD Keys using my affiliate link. Because I got asked, this is not me shilling for the sake of shilling. Someone asked me, because I talk about CD Keys all the time because I use them because they're cheaper than Steam. And someone asked, you have an affiliate link for it so I can sort of help you out. So I was like, no, I don't, but I should look into that. So I'm now an affiliate with CD Keys, and those are my affiliate links to the standard and deluxe edition. Unfortunately, you can't get US copies of Delta on CD Keys. Don't know why. They only have Europe and UK. So if you're in the Europe or the UK and you haven't pre-ordered it, you'd like to pre-order it, you still do get it 48 hours early. I pre-ordered it, and my pre-order shows that it will be available. The key will be available on the day, the second day. The earlier day, the Tuesday. It's one day. I fucking hate pre-order fucking play early. It's so shit. The only other bonus for pre-ordering specifically is I think you get the white tuxedo unlocked straight away. You can earn it by playing through the game, but you unlock it straight away. The deluxe edition includes the camouflage pack as well, which unlocks you a bunch of camouflages, which I don't think those camouflages are available to play in the game unless you have the pack. I think it's only the white. I think it's only the only thing that pre-ordering does that you don't have to have. Just pre-ordering the game gets you 48 hours early access, which is only useful for 48 hours and then nothing. It's fucking stupid. And you get the white tuxedo early. But I understand that the camouflage pack that's included as part of the deluxe edition, those are exclusive to that DLC. You cannot get those in game normally. I bought the digital deluxe edition because I'm going to get everything for it anyway, because it's a Metal Gear game and I play Metal Gear games, so of course I'm going to do it. But yeah, you'll get as I say, they're much cheaper than you'll find on Steam, and my own personal experience of CD Keys, they've been fantastic. I've never had a problem with them. The only thing I will say is don't necessarily expect to get your pre-order key the moment the game drops. The moment, because I believe in the UK at least, on the Tuesday, it will be available from 12 p.m. Don't expect to get your key bang on 12 p.m. It should be in the first few hours, but there is, they have basically that's when they get their keys and then they have to distribute them. So don't expect it an immediate drop. You will have to be a little bit patient. I'm just hoping that on that day, it gets to me early enough so that I can install it and have it ready for the stream. Because if I don't, the next stream is Thursday, and by that point, it wouldn't have mattered that I got it early. Any difference between the Steam and CD? No. The CD keys version that you'll get, you will get a Steam key for it. It is still the Steam version. You're just getting the Steam key from them instead of directly from Steam. I don't know how that side of the Steam's business works. I don't know why that's a thing. I don't know how they get them. From my research, because I have looked into this company, from my research, there's nothing shady going. It's not like they're getting them off backs of trucks and shit. Unlike G4S, I think it was called G4S. There was another site that used to sell keys called G4S, and the thing is it allowed anyone to sell keys on the site, and like 90% of them or something was stolen and there was no guarantee that the key you got sold would work, and you would have to pay for insurance. So you would buy a key from someone and then pay G4S insurance so that if the key you got given didn't work, they would refund you. G4S was a complete sham. CD keys is, for as far as I have been able to find out, CD keys is not. I cannot 100% say that I don't know exactly how it all works. There could be something shady there. I have no idea, but from my research, I've not found anything that suggests otherwise. I've always had a great time with them. I bought stuff. At the same time as pre-ordering Delta, I finally bought the Steam version, because I had the GOG version because it was free anyway, I think. I finally have the Steam version of Sir Whoopass, which is a game that Suave Beardson, another friend of the channel, speedruns and is kind of the world record holder and like the leading authority on. And they've been trying to get me to learn to speedrun Sir Whoopass for a very long time. I played the demo of it. It's awful. I'm not gonna lie, it's an awful game, but it's intentionally awful. It's a parody of a fantasy game. It's supposed to be bad. So yeah, it's Sir Whoopass is a great name for a game. But yeah, it's intentionally bad, and it's funny. It plays on fantasy tropes and stuff like that. It's a bit of a laugh. And eventually I will play it, and I will probably speedrun it eventually. I don't know. I do need your help, chat. Preventathon 6 has been announced, I believe first full weekend of November. I think it's 6th to the 9th, Thursday the 6th to Sunday the 9th. They always start on a Thursday, which is awkward because I work. I am tech staff for Preventathon. This will be my second Preventathon as tech staff. Preventathon uses Speedrun Tours UK as its base for its stream, because I brought it to them. It's kind of the reason why I got put on staff. And I don't know what to submit. I don't know what game to submit to. I'd still like, as much as I'm on staff, I'd still like to submit a game to run, because I've ran in the last 3. I did Metal Gear Solid 3 All Keratin's European Extreme. It was my first marathon run of All Keratin's European Extreme. People were surprised if you weren't staff. I'm currently staff for 2 different. I'm currently staff for 3 different marathon teams. And I am also I'm also tech lead for another, it's not for a marathon team, it's for an individual benefit marathon that's coming up. I don't think it's been announced yet, so I don't want to say any more about that. But yes, technically I'm on staff, if you still use the broad term, for 4 different marathon teams at the moment. It's a little exhausting. But it's worth it. It's all worth it. Oh, and I'm a consultant for a further team. I mentioned earlier in the stream that there's a Canadian stream called Steel City Speedruns. We never actually got any further with that conversation, because then started talking about Steel and Sheffield and stuff like that. But I'm also a consultant for them. I'm not on staff because I won't ever attend one of their events because they're in Canada and I can't go. But I am officially a consultant for them. I don't get paid as a consultant. But I have my own role in the server as a STUK developer, which is pretty cool. I would suggest any Metal Gear. Is that so? I've got 2 requests for you. I'll let you mull over the first one whilst I explain the second one. The first one, I'm going to show you a picture again. Here is a picture, once again, I showed it earlier, of my new car. There you go. That's a better picture as well because it's now in the big view. That is my new car. What do I call it? My old car was called Rosa, after Rosa Diaz from Brooklyn Nine-Nine, because can't remember why. Can't remember why we called it Rosa. Something about it. I think it's because it was black and it was dark and it was mysterious. So we called it Rosa. So I used to sing to it. I sang to it. Heidi said better sing bye bye to Rosa, so I sent her a voice clip of me singing goodbye Rosa, Rosa, Rosa. If you know Brooklyn Nine-Nine, you'll know what that reference is. It is a 2024 MG automatic MG ZS. 2024 MG ZS. Petrol, automatic, 1.0 litre, big shell. Big shell! Heidi and I have shared a couple of suggestions, and we don't like any of them. Well, she doesn't like any of mine, and I don't like any of hers. She suggested you're gonna hate us for this one. She suggested Charlie, and I asked why Charlie, and she said because of Charlie Weasley from Harry Potter because it's orange. She's still a massive Harry Potter fan. She is not a massive J.K. Rowling fan. Before you can see, she has no time at all for J.K. Rowling, but she is still a massive Harry Potter fan. Shelley, oh my God, because Shelley. Wait for it. Oh my God, I'm going to suggest Shelley to her. She's going to love it.
Yeah, we did it.
That character from Finny the Shark, which is a sort of knockoff Baby Shark, that character is called Shelley. So she might actually really like that. My name is Shelley. She might actually really like that. Shelley, and I don't have to tell her that it's named after Big Shell. Yeah, I'm gonna suggest Shelley to her. So she suggested Charlie. I can't remember if she suggested something else. I'll check our chat and see if she suggested anything else. She suggested Flareon as well because we love EVs. Yeah, she suggested that and she suggested Flareon. We love EVs. Heidi's favorite Pokemon is Eevee. We have a bunch of we've got a cuddly Eevee. And we represent ourselves through EVs as well. Charizard is orange. So for example, Heidi's favorite evolution is you have a Charmander tattoo. That's awesome. Heidi's favorite evolution is obviously Sylveon because it's fairy and it's pink and she loves pink, and so she loves Sylveon. She has a cuddly Sylveon. I'm represented by Leafeon because my surname is green, so I am the green one. So I am represented by Leafeon. Alex is represented by Glaceon. And the reason for this is really weird. Some of you will know a developer and speedrunner by the name of The Lightning Strikes. Used to be someone I worked on Pixel Perfect with. And one day, because of working on Pixel Perfect, and we were quite close at the time, Lighty was one of the only people in the world who knew that Heidi was pregnant with Alex. She was the one person I confided in. So Lighty knew that Heidi was pregnant way before either of our parents did. And one day, Lighty just sent me a message and said, I had a really weird dream last night where Alex had already been born, but he was a Glaceon for some reason. And that's why Alex is represented by a Glaceon. Which is, really weird. Heidi's computer, I talked about this on Tuesday actually. Heidi's computer, when it was my computer, it was called the Shagahod. My current computer is called Hellfrog. All of my computers get named after MGS3. Eli is called Eli because he's named after Liquid Snake. Because I tricked Heidi into that one. But Heidi didn't want her computer to be called Shagahod. Clementine I suppose because Clementine, yeah, Clementine's orange, and also Clementine. I'm assuming you were you're referencing The Walking Dead here as well, because that's a great reference. Eve, I don't think Evie works. That's why she's gone with Flareon, because it's orange. Her computer is called Umbreon because it's got a black case. And I said to when she said Flareon, I said, no, we represent the EVs, not cars. And she said, yeah, but my computer's called Umbreon. So, but I don't think Flareon works for the name of a car. Calling a car Flareon doesn't really work. I suggested to her. What did I suggest? First of all, I suggested Diaz because our old car was called Rosa. So Rosa's surname in Brooklyn Nine-Nine is Diaz. So I suggested Diaz and she didn't like it. I said, if we're naming it after something orange, Donald becomes an option. Which, no, we're not calling it Donald. For the same reason why Eli is called Eli. Roro. Oh, Roro's nice. I like Roro. Yeah, Eli, when we got Eli's name was not Eli. We did not get Eli as a kitten. Eli was already, they thought he was 5 years old, but we think he was 7. Oh, no, Ginger's too obvious. We think Eli was actually 7 when we got him, so he's probably about 10 now. But when we first got him, Eli's name was actually Boris. And this was at the same time that Boris Johnson was our prime minister. So when Heidi brought him home and said, are we going to change his name? I said, fuck yes, of course we're changing his name. I'm not having a cat called fucking Boris. So he changed his name to Eli. Yes, Boris the cat. Fucking stupid name for a cat. Fucking, who calls a cat Boris? Like, come on. That's a person's name. A person's name. Oh my god, that is a deep, if anyone gets that deep cut reference, with very little to go off, not anymore. Like when we first got him a kid, and we got him used to being called Eli. Occasionally we'd say Boris, and he would respond to Boris, but nah, not anymore. He doesn't. He definitely responds to Eli. You say Eli, and he'll perk his head up. He knows he's called Eli. And it's such a nice, Eli's such a much nicer name. I completely tricked Heidi into calling him Eli. We were going through loads of different names, and yeah, I was coming up with all sorts of fucking stupid suggestions that were really obviously referrals to stuff. And I decided, yeah, King Kong freaking got him. Paul. That's not a name for a cat. That's a person's name. That if anyone does that is a very, very old Family Guy reference. That is an Mayor Adam West Family Guy line. Yeah, I was going through like some really obvious, like it was so obvious that I was making shit up and going with names of stuff that I liked. And eventually to try and throw off the scent, I started going through not obvious Metal Gear names. So I said Dave, because of Solid Snake's real name is David. If you didn't know that about the Metal Gear Solid lore, Solid Snake's real name is David. Technically David Doe. I guess his surname is technically Doe, because Big Boss's real name is John Doe. Now John Doe is the term that is given to a male body or a male person that is unidentifiable. So if you say you've got a John Doe, you've got a person who we have no idea what their actual name is. So they default to John Doe. Jane Doe is used for women. But according to Big Boss himself, I don't know if there's ever any like further explanation. Big Boss just claims it to paramedic in a codec call. But he claims his real name is John Doe. And most people call him Jack because Jack is apparently a nickname for John. I don't understand. I've never understood that one. So presumably David Doe and Eli Doe. Eli, that does, but Eli Doe. Could have called him Ocelot. No, see, I would have suggested Ocelot. But yeah, as I say, so I went through, David, George, John, Jack, I must have come up with a few different names, and then at one point I said Eli, because obviously that's Liquid's real name, and Heidi really liked it. She's like, "Oh, Eli, I like that. That's really nice." And it wasn't until I let her settle for a little bit and agree, yes, we should call him Eli because I really like that name. I then dropped it on her. Oh yeah, that's the real name of Liquid Snake from Metal Gear Solid. And she's like, "You bastard!" But it stuck because she really liked it. I actually did the same thing with Alex. Originally, very, very long time ago, quite a few years ago, long before Alex actually came along. We knew we were, I think this was before we got married, but we knew we were getting married and we knew eventually we would want kids. So we occasionally had conversation about, what would we call kids? Who would be godparents? Stuff like that. We came up with some names for kids, and I managed to convince Heidi that Daniel was a really nice name. She really liked Daniel Green. She really liked Daniel, and we agreed on the name Daniel Green. Now I'm gonna leave that with you because I said there were 2 questions. I've got 2 questions to ask you. So I'm gonna leave that Daniel Green with you. See if anyone can work out why Alex is not called Daniel. What did I then reveal to Heidi about the name Daniel Green that she then rolled her eyes at and threw it out the window? If anyone can work it out, I'll be very, very pleased. It had nothing to do. It's got nothing to do with like one of our friends is called Daniel, or I knew someone called Dan. This is information. There is no other information outside of that you need. If you work out like, no, I say there is another piece of information that you need, but it's public knowledge. If you can figure it out, then yeah, that'd be pretty cool. There is a big clue. There is a big clue behind me about what the problem with the name Daniel Green is. I'll move a little bit so that maybe you can see it. It's not an MP's name. It is a famous name. I'll move slightly so that maybe you can see it. But the other question that I'm stumped on at the moment is what I submit to Preventathon 6. So Preventathon 3, I ran Metal Gear Solid 3 All Keratin's European Extreme. It was my first marathon run of that. Not Daniel Radcliffe. It's very, very specifically Daniel Green. Very specifically Daniel Green. Or maybe slightly shorter. And so yeah, Preventathon 4, I ran Metal Gear Solid on the Master Collection. I think that was Extreme as well. I can't remember if it was either Easy or Extreme. I can't remember. There might have been a donation center for it. And then Preventathon 5, the one just gone, my first one as staff, I ran Klonoa 2. And that Klonoa 2 run for Preventathon was one of my favorite speedruns, marathon runs I've done. It was wonderful. I really enjoyed that run. I love speedrunning. Klonoa gets a little bit boring after a while, but speedrunning Klonoa in a marathon setting, I absolutely adore doing because I love talking about it. I love telling stories, and people really seem to like that run. So I might submit. I'm probably going to keep submitting that to other stuff because I love coming back to it for a marathon run. Google says something about Yu-Gi-Oh. Yes, that's why I moved. There's a figure of Yugi right there. In the English dub, Yugi is voiced by a gentleman named Dan Green. He's a very famous voice actor. I think he's probably most famous for voicing Yugi. But he also voiced Knuckles in Sonic X and the Sonic video games that were sort of around Sonic X. So I think you're looking at Sonic Heroes. I think Dan Green voiced him in, and there might have been another game that he voiced Knuckles. He's done lots of different voice acting jobs, but I think Yugi and Knuckles are probably two of his most famous. I've met him. Heidi and I met him. We went to Comic-Con in London one year, and both him and the guy who voices Kaiba, Eric Stewart, were there promoting. I think they were promoting the new game or a new something new with Yu-Gi-Oh. And yeah, I met them. I've got two Yu-Gi-Oh cards down here with which they both signed. Yeah, love both of them. Lovely guys. Really. I was starstruck. I was struggling to speak. Heidi had a lovely conversation with Eric actually. But yeah, really nice guys. But yes, I then said, oh, by the way, the voice of Yugi is Dan Green, and that's it. Dan Green went out the window. It would have been a cool tribute, but she's just like, she wouldn't be able to think of it seriously ever again. She wouldn't be able to look him in the face and call him Dan Green and like be serious about it. So she didn't. So that eventually came up with the name Alex. We had loads of other names in our back pocket as well. I got a list of them somewhere. We were constantly at odds. If we ever had another one and we had a girl, we're constantly at odds between Charlotte and Natasha. Heidi really wants to call a girl Charlotte, and I much prefer Natasha. Calling the car Pryden's wig is definitely not. I'm not calling the car fucking Mobius. I've got to say, it has been quite nice this evening not to have any fucking Morbius references, because he's not here. I am at some point, if it does continue, I am genuinely at some point going to message Pryden's wig separately and say, if you don't cut out the Morbius stuff, I am going to have to silence you, because it was funny for a stream. It was funny for one stream, and now it's pissing everybody off. So if it does continue, I am gonna tell them to pack it in, because it's pissing people off and turning people away, and that's not what I want. It's all right every so often as a jab, but when it's every single freaking thing that's said, it's too much. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we're stuck between, if we ever had another one and we had it. Do you consider Unmetal as I haven't run Unmetal in ages. Particularly in a marathon set. I can't remember the last marathon setting. I have a list of all of the marathon runs Metal Gear Unmetal's been in that I'm aware of. So I should actually have my last run of it. In fact, actually, I do know what my last Unmetal run was. It was Hotfix. GDQ Hotfix for Passion Project. I ran it on the Friday night, technically Saturday morning for me, before Pixel Perfect 4 happened. And that was the last time I ran it. I went massively overboard getting Unmetal into as many marathons as I could, because I wanted to promote the game and I wanted to get people interested in it. And it didn't work. Since all of that effort, only one person has ever picked up Unmetal since. That's not Metal Glen Solid. Metal Glen Solid was there me and Metal Glen Solid were kind of like the two that actually took it on. There were a load of people right at the start, and then me and Glenn were kind of the only ones left. Only one person, and that's Bracon, has picked up the Metal Gear, the Unmetal speedrun since then. And that wasn't, that had nothing to do with my marathons, really. That was just, they were looking for something new and they'd never actually done it, so they gave it a go. I've had people tell me from following my marathon runs, oh yeah, I'm going to have a go at this, I'm going to have a look. It's never happened. So yeah, the whole point of me getting Unmetal into as many marathons as I could was to try and promote it and to push people to give it a go, and to give the speedrun a go, and it didn't do anything. So, and that's kind of why I stopped. I kind of got to a point where I've proved everything I need to prove them. Yeah, there's loads more. I could get all of the console world records, and there's the Vita version that I saw, but what's the point? There's not, sadly, there really isn't much to do with Unmetal anymore, not unless something new gets found, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I am eagerly awaiting news of Unepic Entertainment's next game, if there is going to be another game. Pampas and Celine did not do so well because it was a bit too niche. I personally got burnt out trying to build the auto splitter for Pampas and Celine, so I've never learnt the speedrun for it, and it's not my kind of game, really. So I've no idea what lies in store next for I was about to say Unperfect. unepic entertainment. I know a lot of people pushed them to go with Unmetal 2. As far as I'm aware, that's not on the cards, but who knows at this point. Unmetal did very well, so it wouldn't surprise me if they decide to revisit that idea. But I don't know. I look forward to hearing. I have been assured that if something does happen, I will be told about it. Because they value my input. I'm a big advocate for them. So hopefully, if something happens, then I will get to hear about it and I'll be involved in some way. I do want to learn Metal Gear Rising. I had considered the gap sort of between 3 and Delta. I was going to learn it, but I'm kind of really interested in Metal Gear Solid 1 again now. I do want to learn Rising. Yeah, I'm just unsure as to what I want to submit to Preventathon. I mean, I could go back to Metal Gear Solid 3 again. It'd be the same one I did before, but it's been a couple of years now since I did that, and it's gotten a lot better. But I'm not a big fan of taking the same thing to a marathon. The main Metal Gear run that I do that I haven't submitted to Preventathon is Twin Snakes, but I'm kind of bored of Twin Snakes. I think I did too much Twin Snakes, and I kind of played it to death. And it's just not. It's not that appealing to me anymore. I did think about maybe Jade Cocoon, because I did say that following Speedrun and Jade Cocoon, I didn't want to just give Jade Cocoon up. So I might submit that. The problem with Jade Cocoon is the first 10 minutes are just button mashing and it's fucking boring. But yeah, apart from one of those 3 marathons, I've been the only consistent Metal Gear runner. I can't remember which one it was, but one of either 3 or 4. Caro submitted and ran Metal Gear Solid 2 for it. See, Caro's kind of gone completely off the radar after issues. So that's unlikely, and it doesn't look like any other Metal Gear speedrunner seems to be that interested. I haven't. One thing I haven't done yet is I haven't looked at the submissions yet to see if there's anything overly interesting on there, but see if there's any Metal Gear on there. Let's have a look. Where is Preventathon 6? There it is. Submissions. Organ Mike, Lucifer, recognize, Yars Rising, Phil 7, Arkham, Fallout Trilogy, that's cool. A lot of people I don't recognize. Someone submitted, submitted Daughter Phantom Isle. The Klonoa 1 from the Fantasy Reverie series. That's cool. Do I have a list of the best way to look at a list of games is speedrun.com. Check out my profile on speedrun.com, because that at least has all the games I've submitted to the leaderboards. So that's the easiest way of looking at it. The other unepic games one that I did was Mini Ghost, but again, kind of in the same boat. I kind of did it. No one seems to really care about it, so there's not really much point in doing it again. GP submitted Clubhouse Games. I know that run. We've had that run for Pixel Perfects. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. That's a 6-hour run. Jesus. Star Wars Battlefront 2. It's interesting. Cell, the organizer of Preventathon, the lead organizer of Preventathon, has submitted Blueprints. Not surprising. Blueprints was like massive when it came out. I still haven't looked at Blueprints. I really should. What's we got? What the Car? Happen Wanna. What the Car and Mr. Platform. Happen Wanna always has some really interesting games. But that's it. There's no Metal Gear, but there's not. The submissions only opened earlier this week. No Metal Gear. Certainly nothing that I've speedrun. The closest would be Klonoa 1, but I've never actually speedrun Klonoa 1. Arkham City is on there as cool. There's a load of games I've played. that's on here. Games have I actually played from here? Arkham City, Arkham. First game, Uncharted Drake's Fortune is on there, which I have played. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe I've played. Fallout Trilogy is 1, 2, and 3. I've played 3. I've played very little of 1, and I've not touched 2. Little Jumps, Klonoa, I've played Klonoa 1. Battlefront 2 I've played. That's it. So yeah. The only thing with Preventathon is they do raise money for children's charity called Little Warriors. And as a result of that, they do have all submission. In October, they lighten up their submissions a little bit because it's Halloween, so they do want to encourage like horror runs. But the main things that they have as their content restrictions: nothing sexual, no scenes of intense violence or gore, and one that actually causes a problem for me: no harm to a child, anyone under the age of 18. As a result of that one rule, and it's a very because it's raising money for a children's charity, absolutely I agree with the rule. It does mean that I can't submit Ground Zeroes because the way Chico and Paz are treated in the game would not pass that content restriction. This could be my Donkey Kong Country retribution. Oh, fucking hell no. No. Oh, please God, no. If I was better at Crash Bandicoot, I would submit Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot gets picked up a lot. I think Preventathon have done Crash Bandicoot actually in a recent event. In fact, I think the last Preventathon had Crash Bandicoot in it. I'll go back to. Can't just put in Pat 5. Yeah, so I don't know what to submit. My Crash Bandicoot is bad. I'm in Preventacon. My Crash Bandicoot is bad. The only one, I mean, I've done 1 and 3. I haven't submitted 2. There's 2's been done by Caro in recent years. I mean, I could do Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2, but I'm not. Metal Gear 2 in particular, I'm not a big fan of. It's a bit of a weird run. Metal Gear 1 is just not that interesting for a marathon. I kind of gave up on Flashback. Cast of Illusion, I have been trying to do a little bit more. I did get asked to submit. I got asked to submit Cast of Illusion to a speedrun marathon, but I had to turn them down because that weekend my parents are over. Say Twin Snakes is kind of the only one. There is Choo Choo, because it's Halloween, they might accept Choo Choo Charles. And I have done Choo Choo Charles for a marathon once. I did it for one Pixel Perfect. And Choo Choo Charles is a little bit fun. It's a bit silly. I don't think there'd be a problem. Like, there's no intense violence or gore in the Choo Choo Charles speedrun. Nothing. There's like, you get shot, and if you get captured by Charles, you get eaten. But there's no graphical gore. The only thing that's a bit sort of, the only thing that's a bit like graphic and gore is at the very end of the run when you kill Charles, he gets speared on a pike. But he's a train. He's not a human being. He's a big monster train. Does that really matter? So I don't know. They might accept Choo Choo Charles, and Choo Choo Charles is a bit of fun. I could submit Wacky Races, but Wacky Races is a bit shit. My Wacky Races is a bit shit. Unmetal probably is the best option out of all the games if I didn't want to do the same thing. But I don't know. I might submit Choo Choo Charles for a bit of a laugh. I really enjoy it. I'm 7th on the leaderboard on Glitchless. It's only any percent that I never really got into, because the trick for any percent is really weird, where you like keep the train moving whilst you bugger off. So I prefer Glitchless, because I say I don't normally like Glitchless runs. The glitches for Choo Choo Charles are a bit weird, and they're a bit complicated. So I actually prefer the Glitchless Choo Choo Charles run. So I don't know, mate. It's only 20 minutes, but it's a bit of fun. We'll see. Yeah, if anyone comes up with any ideas for either what to submit or name for a car, do let me know. I realized we finished speedrunning like well over an hour ago. I've just been rambling for ages. So thank you all very much for sticking around and just listen to me chat and ramble. I figured I'd just actually YouTube's mostly dead apart from King Kong. I figured it might have just been a two-way conversation between me and Meryl, but I've had a look on Twitch and I can see actually there's quite a few people stuck around just to listen. So thank you all very much for listening to my plights and my issues. And I just can't work out what speedrun to submit to a marathon. It's so difficult being me. Yeah, I'll figure something. I do want to submit because I like, particularly if I'm staff for an event, I do like to submit a run. I do like to submit a run as well because I kind of feel like your staff, you should be represented. Not a single Pixel Perfect event went past where I didn't speedrun something. And the very last one, Pixel Perfect 4, I wasn't supposed to speedrun anything. I deliberately avoided submitting because I wanted other people to take slots. And I had Alex. It was this is a year and a half ago. Alex was only like 6 months old, so I wanted to try and make it a bit easier for myself. Also, I knew that I was coming off the back of this Unmetal GDQ hotfix run, so I didn't really want to do anything else on top of that. And in the end, because someone pulled out a day before the marathon, we quickly rejigged everything, and I ended up doing Klonoa 2. And it was one of the best. Again, another absolutely cracking Klonoa 2 speedrun. I got told afterwards that so many people really enjoyed my commentary and I was really on top of it. Alara Cutie hosted that run, and I think it was Alara Cutie who hosted that run. And she was really impressed. I was sleep deprived as fuck for that run. I was so tired. That run took place at it must have been like 9-10 o'clock at night, I think. And I'd been going since 3 a.m. because I did my Discord. I did my hotfix run at 3 a.m. and I tried to go back to sleep afterwards. Couldn't fall back to sleep. So I'd been going since 3 a.m. and that was after only 4 hours of sleep before that. So I had 4 hours of sleep between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. And then from 3 a.m. onwards, I was awake. I did a metal run. I then did all the tech. I helped with tech. I hosted. I organized the whole marathon up to that point. Then did Klonoa, and then eventually went to bed. Oh, this is on the back of the fact that I'd been pissed off right at the start of the marathon because nothing was ready. Shit didn't work. And I'd pulled in a 100 raid from GDQ hotfix that was watching a fucking blank screen. Ugh. So it's no surprise that Pixel Perfect dissolved after that marathon because I told the other two what I thought and they went, "Nah, you can fuck off." And nothing has happened. Pixel Perfect has done nothing since. And they didn't want to do anything. Even if I'd stuck around, they didn't want to do anything anyway. They both wanted to take a break and nothing would have happened. So yeah. And what's happened to me in the meantime? I might be doing my own live UK event. And I'm staff for Preventathon. And the first marathon that I worked with that used Speedrun Tours UK raised 7,000 Canadian dollars. 7,000 US dollars for a transgender charity. So yeah, I think I came out on top. Leaving Pixel Perfect might be the best thing that's happened to me in the last couple of years. But having said that, I joke about that. Having said that, I would not be in the situation I am right now without Pixel Perfect. I'd not had that experience if Lighty and Jasper had not taught me NoTG and all the things that I picked up from Pixel Perfect. I'd not had the experience of organizing Pixel Perfect. I would not be in the situation I am right now. So as much as I shit on it and say that the experience I had at the end was really shit, the way I got kicked out was really shit, and I'm now in a much better position as a result. The time I had with them was very, very valuable, and I enjoy up until that last bit. That I still enjoyed that last marathon. It was only the very start of that marathon, and then the fallout afterwards that was shit. Everything else with it was fantastic, and I enjoyed the build up. I enjoyed planning and organizing it. So I very much enjoyed all of my time at Pixel Perfect, apart from those two specific moments. And it was invaluable experience. I owe a lot to the Lightning Strikes and Jasper. As much as I don't like Lighty, unfortunately, I just don't chat to that much very often. Can't speak. Lighty, I don't chat to very often anymore. We used to chat all the time. We used to be quite close, but we've kind of drifted apart since then. It's things that are unfortunate. We just don't reach out to each other, and I'm as much to blame for that as not. I'm not saying Lighty's just left me alone. I'm probably more to blame for that because I'm just shit at starting conversations and opening stuff. So yeah, me and Light are still good. We're still in a good place and we will still chat and stuff. That's not a problem. Jasper I blocked and he blocked me after the fallout. I have no idea what he does or anything, and I have no interest in having any relationship with Jasper in the future because of the way he treated me. But I cannot get away from the fact that the experience I had working with Jasper was invaluable, and I do owe Jasper a lot for his help and his guidance, and that collaboration that we had together when we had it. It's just a shame that it all ended up really shittily, and I am partly to blame for that as well. It's not all Jasper's fault. Some of it was my fault. I just don't think the way Jasper handled it was particularly nice compared to what I then had to deal with. But yeah. As you say, as Meryl said, every cloud has a silver lining, and mine is that I'm doing better than I ever have done. I didn't get to choose the net. Pixel Perfect was already established when I joined. Basically, the way that it happened was I had started considering that I wanted to create my own speedrun marathon. Me and Heidi had brunch. We went to a bottomless brunch. Where you have bottomless cocktails and drinks, and then there was food, but you got one meal. You didn't get bottomless food, and just over drinks, I just started talking about the fact I'd love to do this, I'd love to do that, and get a streaming PC, and maybe start my own marathon and stuff like that. So I decided that if I was going to start my own marathon, I wanted Lighty to be on my tech team. So I approached Lighty and I said, look, this is the idea that I've got. I'd love to eventually turn it into something where we can do live events in the UK, and I'd love you to be on a tech team. And she said, well, I'd definitely be up for doing that. But actually, it's funny you talk about this because I've just started setting one up with these other people. And I said, well, in that case, rather than me trying to take you away from that and try and do something, do you want more help? Do you want someone else on your team? And she said, yeah, I'll check with them and see. And I then joined that team. At that time, Pixel Perfect was already the name that was already established. And it was more than 3 of us. There was about 7 of us. And again, mostly due to Jasper's behavior, and behavior on their end. I'm not gonna say that it was 100% Jasper's fault. It was, I would say it was 50-50. There was one person on their side that was I say their side. There was one person in the team was really bad at giving criticism and giving feedback, and just kind of shitting on ideas a little bit in a not very nice way. And Lighty didn't appreciate it. I didn't appreciate it. And Jasper started chatting shit about it behind their back. That caused all sorts of problems. And eventually the other 4 people who were in the team all left as a result before anything had even happened, before it even got public. All 4 of them left. I apologized to the person involved for my involvement in it, because I'd responded to some of the stuff Jasper had said, and I recognized the fact that I didn't think the way that they were speaking was very nice. But then I agreed that it was not us going into a separate channel to talk about that was not the right way of doing things. But their big gripe was with Jasper, and then came out later on that Jasper's had this kind of thing with everyone. I'm sorry, this shouldn't be a dunking on Jasper thing. That's not fair on the guy. I did my dunking on him 18 months ago. It doesn't need to happen again. But as I say, I do owe both of them a lot. yeah, that's how Pixel Perfect started and how I became involved. So I was not there from the start, but I do like to feel like, because of the way that kind of went down and how jobs got distributed and stuff, I kind of became the figurehead for it. You know, all of the communication was done by me. All of the social media was done by me. Whenever we did a marathon, it was always introduced by me. So yeah, when I then had to turn around to the community and say, oh yeah, you know how I've been like at the forefront of all of this? Yeah, the other two have just kicked me out. Yeah, stupid. It was never for charity. The very next marathon we were going to do should have been for charity, but we avoided doing stuff for charity because Jasper said that he always wanted to do it properly. He always wanted to make sure that we formed a company, and we did. It wasn't just money going into someone's PayPal account that we then had to go. They wanted to make sure it was all done by the books. So we held off on doing anything charity related, and for quite a while. Pixel Perfect 5 would have been our first charity thing. The problem is, I said to them in a letter that I wrote them, I said, I don't trust the two of you to be able to set this charity business up. It's also going to cost a lot from what you said, whereas I can do it a lot cheaper and a lot easier in the UK if you let me do it. The thing is the number of marathons that I've been a part of, like, they're not companies. Speed for TLC that I work with, it's not a company. They just did all of their donations directly on Tiltify, so it all went directly to the charity, and they never touched a penny of it. You don't need to be a company. You don't need to be a registered charity to do a marathon, accept donations. But Jasper was insistent that that's how it had to be. I still don't understand it. Knowing how easy it is to use Tiltify is dead easy to use. And Speedrun Tools UK is fully integrated with Tiltify's API. GDQ tracker's more difficult. I am struggling immensely to try and build that. Anyway, I've gone on for far too long. I really should go to. I should have had that drink because I'm parched now, but I shouldn't really be drinking more caffeine. Let's have a look and see. I did get a very nice raid from Lubercolis. So I should have a look and see if we can pass that rate. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. It's been a very long stream for me. Let's have a look and see who might be live that we could raid. Really, really longathon is still on. So screw it. We did this on Tuesday. We'll said I try again. Show that I'm not. I don't hold a grudge against really, really longathon for not accepting me into this marathon. I wish they'd add, but it is what it is. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, we're going to raid really, really longathon. They are in the middle of a marathon raising money for civil rights cases in the US, which is fantastic. Next stream, there probably won't be a bonus stream over the weekend. I doubt it. You never know, might do. Depends on what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing this weekend. But if not, next stream will be Tuesday as normal. I don't think I've got anything else on. I've been invited to drinks after work because someone's leaving, but I don't think I actually know the person who's leaving. I'm not sure. / raid really, really longathon. So yeah, give really, really longathon some love. Obviously, if you can afford it, throw a donation their way because they are raising money for a great cause. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Great that we got Big Boss. Shame that the PB that followed did not have Big Boss due to one really, really dumb mistake. But yeah, thank you all very, very much. Have a great weekend if I don't see you. And yeah, I'll be back on, at the very least, I'll be back on Tuesday for more of it. We are going to get Big Boss PB all in one go. We know it can be done, so let's do it. Anyway, night everyone.